Chapter 5029. Jian Wushuang drew the sword and stood. His face was so hard that he gave birth to a sickly red. He is still in a weak state, not getting better at all, and even the serious consequences have been exacerbated by the fighting. But he still supported the normal operation of the Buddhist strength. Qingshan is a realm of the third-rank Immortal, and he will never lose easily. Even if he was injured by absolute sword for the first time, he could actually be evaded. After all, the gap between rank 3 Immortal and Yanxian was too big. His one sword hit Qingshan severely, but it was not fatal, nor did it hurt the root cause. The real war is about to begin. Qingshan slowly raised his head. Only cold killing intent remained in his sword-sharp brows. The next moment, he took a sudden step and slammed into Jian Wushuang like an arrow. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows lowered. He didn't evade, and even faced Qingshan. He slammed into it. Boom! The two directly collided like that, shaking the world. The resulting slaying explosion directly swept across, and the endless force burst open, completely raging in the entire dojo. Yu Chang stretched out his hand in time, and with supreme luck, all the slaying explosions were enveloped in the barrier. At this moment, all Wangu elders sat up straight, their eyes shocked. Outside of Tianmen, Changling couldn't believe it, but she knew Qingshan's cultivation level best. It was because she was too clear that she was shocked. She knew Jian Wushuang's weakness, and it was precisely because of her weakness that she had helped out earlier. But the current scene completely subverted her imagination. Jian Wushuang, who seemed weak, unexpectedly broke out with such power. When the sabotage reached its peak, Changling covered Amos' eyes with her hands in time. She didn't want Ami to see Jian Wushuang's defeat. In her heart, there is absolutely no possibility that he will not fail. The gulf between the three-turn great Yanxian and Yanxian cannot be changed by working hard. The dust is cleared. When the two figures stand on opposite sides, Changling's eyes are rounded to the maximum. Jian Wushuang's robe was shattered, but he did not suffer any damage, and Qingshan's entire left shoulder was completely shattered, and the blood was spurting down, repairing with difficulty. The result was reversed, and all Wangu elders, including Zhen Wuyang, were completely surprised. How could this be the power Yanxian can possess? Qingshan clasped his broken right arm tightly, retreating with a degree of disbelief, and looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief and surprise. If the first confrontation means nothing, then this second confrontation speaks for itself. Qingshan lost. Jian Wushuang was also uncomfortable. The blood in the fairy's body was surging, and his power was almost exhausted. If it were not for the backing of the emperor body, he would definitely not risk the exhaustion of his power to fight against Qingshan. As the right arm condensed with difficulty, Qingshan slowly said, "Are you really just a fairy?" Without answering him, Jian Wushuang said, "You admit defeat. I just want to leave here, and I don't want to be your enemy." He was startled. Then the corners of his eyes trembled. "Are you insulting me?" "No, I just want to end this meaningless fight." Jian Wushuang didn't finish a word. Qingshan was already furious. His arms suddenly waved, and in an instant his endless strength turned into a million green front sword curtain, swept up. The Qingfeng sword curtain besieged Jian Wushuang almost instantly, with boundless momentum. At this moment, all Wangu veterans are looking forward to it. The green mountain roared, pushing the endless green front sword curtain down. Next, Jian Wushuang, who was in the sword curtain, made a shocking move. He completely gave up any defense, and with his chest against the falling sword curtain, he quickly rushed towards the green mountain. This scene surprised all the elders. Zhen Wuyang frowned, as if he had realized something, and suddenly realized after a moment. Immediately, he was a little upset. "Yu Chang, why don't you remind me?" Yu Chang smiled. Emperor, it's not that Yu Chang didn't remind, but you didn't give me the opportunity to remind. Miscalculation. Why did you say that I forgot the abnormality in this kid fairy body? Zhen Wuyang smiled bitterly. This time, it seems that there is no suspense anymore. Yu Chang asked immediately, if Wu Shuang little friend wins, will the emperor let him leave? Of course I will let him leave. Even if he is shocked again, he will be stunning. If he Yenner is not of one mind, I will not force him to stay. It's a pity that Yenner. Zhen Wuyang didn't say any more, but after a long sigh, he looked at the battle in the dojo again. Qing Shan had forgotten everything. Only astonishment was left in his eyes. That figure grew bigger and bigger in his pupils, and was finally completely occupied. The endless Qingfeng sword curtain, even the Jiu Tian Yi Xian on Jian Wushuang's body, has not been damaged at all, let alone damage the emperor's body. A little scarlet red light appeared, stabbing towards the fairy source of Qingshan without any pause. Jian Wushuang's eyes were red, and he used the power of the way of killing only to thirst for blood. If the hit was in the middle, Qingshan would never be alive. But the next moment, this scarlet red light didn't pierce the Xian Yuan, but grazed Qingshan's chest. At the same time, Jian Wushuang used his shoulders to exert force, hitting his heart heavily, and blasted it out. Boom! Like mountains and seas, the divine peak collapsed. He slammed heavily on the barrier, and then fell into the dojo. The dojo was silent, and all Wangu veterans looked solemn. Outside of Tianmen, Chang Ling was completely stunned, staring at Jian Wushuang in a daze. Ami opened her palm, saw this scene, and suddenly shouted with excitement, "Big brother sword wins, brother sword wins!" After Qing Shan, lying on his back in the dojo, suddenly drew out a sip of blood, he got up with difficulty and looked at Jian Wushuang with a complex expression. His immortal body was intact, and he had never suffered a serious injury. The only blood that spewed out was also knocked out. Jian Wushuang, who had temporarily regained his momentum, almost completely withstood the backlash. If it weren't for the strong body, it would not be impossible for him to pass out on the spot. Secretly swallowing blood in his throat, he slowly turned around and looked at Zhen Wuyang. At this moment, the elders of the heavens held their breath and looked at Zhen Wuyang together. Everything counts. Zhen Wuyang nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he thanked him. But shortly afterwards, Zhen Wuyang spoke again. His voice was supremely prestigious. "Since you don't want to be Yenner's heavenly official, this emperor will not force it. But now the emperor asks you, would you like to be the emperor's heavenly official?" Jian Wushuang's eyes twitched, and his eyes widened. The elders of the heavens also twitched at the corners of their eyes, and their eyes widened, exactly the same. Emperor Zhen Wuyang, the supreme existence of the entire Desai domain, is actually inviting an immortal at this moment. Chapter 50:30. Invite a little Yanxian to be the emperor's great heavenly official. This was so absurd that Yu Chang looked at Zhen Wuyang. "Will you?" The huge sound of each word rang in the dojo. All the elders, including Chang Ling, who was standing outside Tianmen, became nervous. This seems to be the most absurd decision made by the emperor. "Oh, Sister Ling, your grip hurts me." Ami pouted and pulled out a small hand from Chang Ling's clenched palm. Chang Ling regained consciousness and quickly apologized, then once again focused on what happened in the dojo. Jian Wushuang stood alone in the vast dojo, and clouds of smoke slowly rose and fell all over him, setting off him like an aloof immortal. "Back to Emperor, I don't want to." The dojo was silent, and all Wangu elders were sluggish. They could no longer imagine the reason for rejection. Yu Chang looked at Jian Wushuang. A touch of clarity flashed in his muddy eyes. Zhen Wuyang laughed. Interesting, tell me why? After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang said, I can't settle down, it's just a passing by. That's it. That's it. Zhen Wuyang stopped talking, and the needle fell in the dojo. The unconstrained are often the most terrifying. Like a thread, like a mist of black-gray silk, it blew on Jian Wushuang's face with the long wind that did not know where it came from. As far as he can see, everything is barren. This kind of barrenness is barrenness where there hasn't been any breath of life. It's a place of death. Jian Wushuang, at this moment, wanted to escape, but he had no way to escape, because behind him there are nearly 50 Wangu elders, and in front of him are Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang. They are the supreme existence in the big division domain, crossing the ages. Such a group of existences surrounded Jian Wushuang, leaving him with no thought of resisting. But he was not too worried. If Zhen Wuyang didn't want to keep him, he wouldn't have to spend a lot of time to bring him here. The limited news received from Yu Chang's mouth has not been involved in the emperor from the beginning of its birth, and it belongs to the emperor's realm. Zhen Wuyang referred to this place as a waste, desolate and silent, the only one in eternity. Jian Wushuang had already guessed that Zhen Wuyang brought him here to strip the emperor body. He sighed inwardly and had to accept reality. As the emperor realm of Zhen Wuyang, the wildness is too barren and oppressive, and Yanli is slowly disappearing here, unable to exist. Nothing can exist. Only nothingness is eternal. Here, it is too suitable to strip the emperor body. As he continued to move forward, Jian Wushuang, whose strength in the fairy body was almost consumed to the limit, began to agitate uncontrollably. He secretly said a bad sound, feeling that there is some power in his body waking up. At the same time, Yu Chang and Zhen Wuyang were also aware. At this moment, all Wangu veterans looked dignified, and then Yanli came out of their palms, turned into chains, and tied Jian Wushuang together. The coercion squeezed him into speech almost instantly. No, don't do that. I'm going to be suffocated. Jian Wushuang spoke with difficulty, but in the next moment, an unimaginable general trend burst out from the depths of his fairy body. The magnificence of this general trend actually tore the chains of the whole body Yanli in an instant. Boom! The boundless power exploded, and nearly 50 veterans all flew out. Almost at the same time, Yu Chang also reacted, and thousands of wisps of black ink flicked out of his fingertips, restraining Xiang Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sneered coldly, and with a wave of his arm, he directly extinguished Yu Chang's offensive. Just relying on you. Do you want to trap me? Overestimated. After he finished speaking, he was ready to flee. Want to go? Shenwu, let's see who I am. With supreme prestige, Zhen Wuyang shouted coldly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn for a moment. Zhen Wuyang, are you not going to let me go? Zhen Wuyang said in a deep voice, Why should I let you go? Your destination is the endless sea. I will give you 2 options. The first is to voluntarily return to the borderless sea, and the second is to be detained here. Shun Dayan shook the entire emperor world. Jian Wushuang smiled demonly. I choose the third way. This 10,000 realms heaven territory has my share. Why do you become a real emperor, and I will be banished by you? My appearance means that our identities will be exchanged. Zhen Wuyang snorted coldly. Do you think you have a chance to leave? Or give it a try? Jian Wushuang laughed arrogantly, and the fairy body quietly exuded endless emperor luck. His chest turned red gold at this moment, with emperor patterns densely covered. Who dares to stop me? Nearly 50 elders of Wangu were completely unable to get close at this moment, or even close to them. Only Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang can confront each other. At this moment, the crimson gold emperor Hui suddenly swept and spread, and the vastness of the momentum shocked the entire emperor world. Don't look directly at the emperor. Jian Wushuang raised his hands flat. An endless Dihui began to radiate, and it was wider and more terrifying than in the sea of no edge. Moreover, 6 directions of luck began to be born behind him. Accompanied by the enthusiasm of the 6 directions is the closed true eyes of the 6 ways. Seeing this change, Zhen Wuiyang's expression became solemn. 6 Tao and 6 days true emperor eyes. Yu Chang nodded. Yes, when I was in the endless sea, I had already tasted it. How does it compare to me? Zhen Wuiyang looked at him. Yu Chang said, it's about the same if his emperor body is also free from the shackles of the borderless sea. It will be even harder to say. So, no wonder he is so rampant. Zhen Wuiyang said solemnly. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were low, and he said coldly, Shen Wuiyang, let me go. I will leave to see you now, and I will never disturb him again. If you insist on sealing my town here, I am afraid that the consequences will be unbearable for you. Zhen Wuiyang smiled coldly when he heard this. Since I can expel you once, I can expel you a second time. This time, I'm afraid you will stay here forever. Then give it a try. Jian Wushuang yelled, and a sword of the emperor that was completely condensed by Emperor Hui appeared in his palm. With the appearance of the sword of the emperor, his breath changed, and he seemed to be ready to fight to the death. Zhen Wuiyang and Yu Chang were also solemn, and their respective emperors' luck was quietly released. As the supreme being, Yanli can no longer carry their luck as the foundation. At the end of the fight, only one's own emperor's luck is the one who fights. In addition to the true Wuyang, Yu Chang also revealed his emperor's luck at this moment. There is no room for 2 masters in one realm, but it is unimaginable that Shen Wuyang is following an emperor. Chapter 50:31. The most important thing is that even though Yu Chang is not an emperor, he devoutly follows Zhen Wuyang, which is the most incredible. 3 true emperors gathered for a battle. With them as the center, even the Wanggu elders could not get involved within hundreds of millions of miles. Zhen Wu, do you really dare to fight? Zhen Wuyang continued to pressure. How dare you? Jian Wushuang proudly. His 6 true eyes floating around him. It seemed that he might open it at any time. Zhen Wuyang didn't speak anymore. His whole body also showed 6 true eyes. In an instant, the general situation, the real emperor and the emperor war, exit. Exit. At this moment, Jian Wushuang and Zhen Wuyang spoke simultaneously. The 2 real eyes of the emperor opened at the same time, and an unimaginable breath of nothingness came over. This kind of intangible aura of nothingness, ignoring any emperor's luck, ignoring any emperor's heaven, is the most domineering. While in the borderless sea, Yu Chang, who was also an emperor, was hit hard, and the emperor body was almost destroyed by nirvana. This is the imperial style of Zhen Wuyang. Even emperors of the same realm have to be extremely vigilant. The invisible and void breath penetrated all the emperor's luck, the emperor's heaven, and came down. Jian Wushuang and Zhen Wuiyang's expressions changed at the same time. After that, they retreated 100 feet at the same time. If you look closely, you can see that Zhen Wuiyang's emperor body has cracks, and the Emperor Hui is fading quickly. But Emperor Zhenwu, who had occupied Jian Wushuang's immortal body, suffered even more serious damage, and the entire immortal body was almost shattered. But Jiuqian Yishuan saved his life, preventing the immortal body from being destroyed. This formula is too terrifying and unreasonable. It goes beyond the meaning of any heavenly Tao or even Yanli Tao. It does not directly cover the emperor's body with any medium. I can't deceive my emperor body. The fairy body was repairing quickly, and Jian Wushuang shouted in anger. Zhen Wuyang smiled coldly. What if I deceive you? Do you really think that you can beat me by escaping from the endless sea? Jian Wushuang stopped talking, smiled gloomily, and the immortal body, wrapped by the scarlet golden Dihui, suddenly shattered. Countless sacred blood dripped from the cracks, throwing into the void. With the appearance of this abnormal scene, the immortal body is undergoing some strange changes. Thousands of Tao Emperor runes are growing. Yao Yao can't look directly at it. Forcibly round and fuse the emperor body? Yu Chang looked solemn. Emperor Jinwu wants to transform Wu Shuang's immortal body into an emperor body. What the hell? Is this guy looking for death? Does he think that a mere fairy body can withstand the pressure of the emperor body? Zhen Wuyang frowned, half doubting and half angry. Yu Chang was silent, then turned to look at him and said, "This immortal body is not ordinary. I explored it when I was in the endless sea, but I couldn't see through it." Zhen Wuyang continued frowning and said, "But this can't be compared with the emperor, let alone a perfect harmony. I'm afraid it is really possible." Yu Chang's expression was completely solemn. With the complete fall of this sentence, a gilt thousand pattern and a louvered warrior suit slowly condensed, falling on Jian Wushuang's very body. Zhen Wuyang's expression changed as he wanted to refute. "Is this really an emperor?" "No, it's not completely solidified yet," Yu Chang said in a deep voice. "Once you become an emperor, I'm afraid there will be a big change." "Then what are you waiting for? Let's hit it first." Zhen Wuyang drew in a low voice, and a sword of the emperor suddenly condensed in his hand. He severely cut with a sword. In an instant, the mountains and seas were gone, and the earth shattered. The desolate emperor realm, which had been silent for an unknown number of years, was under this sword, rumbled to pieces. But Jian Wushuang, who was already wearing a gilt and thousand-patterned war emperor uniform, calmly, even a coquettish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Facing the sword of the emperor that smashed the mountains and seas, his arms sank, and the same emperor sword appeared. And then he stood in front of him. Boom! The earth shattered, and the desolate emperor realm was in turmoil under this sword. All Wangu elders couldn't get close at all, watching this scene with trepidation. The battle between the emperor and monarch was not something they could lie. If it hadn't been in this wild world, they would have run as far as possible. The hundreds of millions of meters of dust slowly dissipated, leaving only a deep abyss like a prison, and Jian Wushuang's figure was completely gone. Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang did not relax at all. He did not think that this sword could severely damage Emperor Jinwu. The next moment, their whole bodies suddenly fluctuated violently, and a dazzling figure to the extreme shattered and covered the void. It was a sword, an emperor's sword that was completely condensed from Dihui. Jian Wushuang held the emperor's sword and slashed down fiercely. Yu Chang raised his head, and a Mo Qing emperor's sword was thrown into the void by him, and it instantly turned into a long rainbow. The two collided, and the endless momentum swept across. The sword has no double-sided color, and is cold, barely cut open the Changhong with a single sword, and stand in the void. Yu Chang, this matter has nothing to do with you. This is a matter between Zhen Wuyang and I. Don't interfere anymore. Emperor Jinwu, stop it. This matter has no result. Yu Chang slowly persuaded. There is no result. Then I will fight for a result today. Jian Wushuang shook loudly, and the emperor's sword in his hand exploded. If you don't understand, then you will be buried here today. Zhen Wuyang said angrily. Then he walked straight into the air. Huang could not look directly. At this moment, the white shirt on his emperor body disappeared. Instead, he wore a gilt and thousand patterns and the louvered emperor uniform. With the addition of the emperor's clothes, he returned to the ancient times, struggling horizontally, and even the emperor fell under the sword in his hand. The general situation is brilliant, and the boundless emperor's luck is rebuilding. Emperor unstoppable. Jian Wushuang's red golden eyes flashed with solemnity and fear. The 6 realms and 6 days of the true emperor's eyes all opened at this moment. Zhen Wuyang walked in the air, and the emperor's sword in his hand slashed forward without any hesitation. Jian Wushuang did not retreat, and his eyes were sharp, holding the emperor's sword towards Zhen Wuyang. The emperor's swords are facing each other, and the emperor world of the desert screams. The sky is shattered, and the earth is cracked. When Yu Cheng saw this, Kam hurriedly reached out to release the emperor's luck to repair the broken void and earth. For the emperor, it couldn't be easier to destroy any heaven or secret world. Not to mention, this is a struggle between the emperor, and the escape of air is enough to destroy everything. If Yu Cheng does not stop it, the entire wilderness will be instantly fragmented. The emperor fights with the emperor, and the emperor shines on promise. With eyes facing each other, Jian Wushuang's eyes only left Sun Ren killing intent and resentment, but Zhen Wuyang's eyes were indifferent, as if he was doing something as it should. Zhen Wuyang, you want me to fall. How is this possible? Not only will I not die, but I will also show you a good life, completely smash your big division domain, and be buried with you. I will let you taste the taste of exile. Chapter 5032. The emperor was angry, and the mountains and seas were wiped out. At this moment, the entire wild emperor realm, even with the blessing of Emperor Yu Cheng's luck, was on the verge of collapse. Di Hui was bright, and the 2 emperor bodies collided fiercely. The emperor swords collided. Jian Wushuang had sharp eyebrows, and only endless murderous intent remained in the red-golden emperor pupils. The 4 eyes were facing each other, and trillions of emperors' luck bloomed from behind him. And then they all blasted towards Zhen Wuyang. Where this luck passes, everything turns into dust, even the void. Every strand of the emperor's luck, like a blooming fairy chrysanthemum petals, completely wrapped Zhen Wuyang and burst out. Boom, boom. Yu Cheng's emperor's luck was dissipated under this slaying explosion, and all Wangu elders who wanted to rush forward to help were knocked off. The entire desolate emperor realm was in complete chaos, and everything was broken. Almost at the same time that the emperor's luck exploded, Jian Wushuang quickly backed away, and a pair of cold eyes, the emperor pupil calmly looked at the center of the sacrificial explosion. This slaying explosion surpassed the great avenue and the law of strength, and only the emperor could control and release it. The magnificent and resplendent explode covered and swallowed the desolate emperor world that had been silent since its birth. And Yu Cheng's task at this moment is to do his best to preserve this deserted emperor realm. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, looking coldly at Zhen Wuyang, who was entangled in the sacrificial explosion. He was originally a handsome and heroic face. At this moment, he added a bit of coquettishness. He is confident that although Zhen Wuyang will not fall, he will definitely suffer unimaginable damage. But the next moment, the result was quite different from what he thought. In the shattered and burning Di Hui, a figure that straddled the eternal heavenly Tao slowly stepped out. The violent detonation, the thousands of burning emperors' luck couldn't shake him half a point, and he shrank when he touched him. Emperor Jian Wushuang's eyes widened, and he stepped back subconsciously. Zhen Wuyang didn't suffer the slightest damage. Only the war emperor uniform on the emperor body was slightly damaged. His eyes became more gloomy and cold, as if returning to the pinnacle of ancient times. Facing Jian Wushuang, he raised his right hand to be straighter. In an instant, the endless emperor heaven was concentrated in this finger, advancing without hindrance. Before he could think, he directly raised the sword of the emperor and blocked him, hoping to stop Zhen Wuyang's blow. But the result was beyond his imagination. Under this finger, the sword of the emperor broke instantly, and Jian Wushuang's chest collapsed directly. At this moment, even Jiutian Yixian was dimmed. He flew up to 1,000,000 feet. At the same time, Zhen Wuyang followed closely. He completely abandoned the sword of the emperor and slammed Jian Wushuang's body with his fists empty. Boom! With a punch, the emperor Heavenly Tao collapsed directly, and he was blasted into the abyss before he could even make a sound. The earth was broken, and the entire wilderness was almost unbearable. And Zhen Wuyang did not stop at all, blasting the earth out of the abyss, and he immediately followed up again. In the next moment, under the abyss, hundreds of millions of emperor splendor suddenly bloomed, bombarding the desolate world in fragments. Yu Chang's face changed slightly. His emperor's luck could not be stopped, and he was shattered by the burst of Emperor Hui. The plain was shattered, and all Wanggu veterans on the periphery were shocked. But none of them flinched for a while. Instead, they all released their own Qi Yin Tian Dao to repair the desolate world that was on the verge of destruction. With the burst of Di Hui, the entire plain began to shake and collapse. Then, a body shaped like a big sun star was blasted out from the depths of the earth. At this moment, the gilt 1,000-pattern war emperor's suit was burning. Zhen Wuyang then stepped out of the abyss and slammed Jian Wushuang's heart with a punch. The emperor body is broken directly. In an instant, the thousands of emperors, luck gushing out from behind, are like blooming fairy chrysanthemum petals. The emperor's blood that contained the shackles of numerology then spilled into the void. His emperor's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. This really happened too quickly, almost instantaneously, leaving him without any backhand ability. This was almost a unilateral beheading. Zhen Wuyang broke the emperor's body with strength. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hands to cover his heart. The mysterious thing is that although Jiutian Yixian was dimmed to the extreme, it was not broken at all, and no scar was left. But what is certain is that the emperor body under Jishin Yixuan has indeed been shattered. The emperor's luck was flowing and disappearing. Zhen Wuyang stood in the shattered void and did not take the next step, but calmly looked at Jian Wushuang. The emperor's uniform on his body was also shattered, and he had obviously experienced a battle under the abyss. Coughing out a wisp of emperor blood, Jian Wushuang's aura was languid, and the pair of red-golden emperor pupils were a little dim. True Wuyang, you are still as vicious as ever, not only cruel to all creatures, but even more cruel to yourself. For your own purposes, you do everything you can. Jian Wushuang smiled, half joking and half earnestly. I thought I was terribly evil, but now I want to come. You are terribly evil. Have you said enough? Zhen Wuyang sounded without emotion, then raised his palm. In the palm of his hand, the endless emperor heaven is building, which is enough to destroy all enemies. How can I say enough? In bit by bit of your evil deeds, and I don't want to leave them out. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, his handsome and evil spirit to the extreme, looking for death. Zhen Wuyang's expression wrinkled, and the emperor Heavenly Tao in his hand came down directly. But then everything changed again. Sword Paradox, whose breath was already sluggish, smiled awkwardly and shook his arms, and actually shattered Zhen Wuyang's Emperor Heavenly Tao. You thought I was lost, but you have to know the variables. Boom. The unparalleled emperor's luck broke out completely, as if the tide of mountains and seas swept across the entire wilderness in an instant. This emperor's air luck is the purest and most extreme emperor's air luck. How is it possible that the emperor body is completely mellow? Yu Chang could no longer remain indifferent and said aloud. S. muddy eyes became clear. And Zhen Wuyang was also solemn. He never thought that Emperor Zhenwu, who had almost fallen in the last moment, would completely recover in the next moment, and even become more terrifying. The broken war emperor's clothes turned into crimson lava, covering and blessing on Jian Wushuang's emperor body. The fully integrated imperial body is really comfortable. I haven't felt this way for a long time. He slowly raised his arms and said in a selfless manner, Zhen Wuyang, I really want to thank you for giving me a perfect emperor body. In return, I will return everything I have done to you intact. He screamed loudly. Endless emperor Hui swept across, crushing to Zhen Wuyang. At this time, Yu Cheng didn't wait and see any more. The emperor body came to his side in a flash, and together resisted Emperor Hui. This time, it was my miscalculation. Chapter 5033. The 5,033 chapters die. Zhen Wuyang sighed quietly, his emperor's eyes gloomy. Yu Cheng immediately said, This is not to blame you. No one would have thought that Emperor Zhenwu could blend the emperor's body. It is incredible. Following their conversation, endless Dihui finally fell and swept across the sky. Jian Wushuang, whose emperor body had been mellow, didn't stay at all, and he went straight to them and smashed the emperor fist fiercely. The void is shattered, and the desolate emperor realm has been completely disrupted. The power of the emperor fist shakes. The emperor, Zhen Wuyang, and Yu Cheng retreated 100,000 feet at the same time to resist this power. But Jian Wushuang, with crimson lava flowing all over his body, as if tirelessly continued to twist and smash. One punch and a million shadows. Not only that, after his emperor body, the 6 true emperor eyes bloomed again. The eyes of the 6 true emperors were opened together, and the unparalleled emperor thought bloomed, directly ignoring any emperor's luck and ignoring any emperor's heavenly path, and fell. Yu Cheng's complexion changed, and his old face showed redness in an instant. In the final battle of the borderless sea, he had already been wounded, and at this moment he could not bear the 6 realms and 6 days of the true emperor. Zhen Wuyang sensed this change, and directly blocked Yu Cheng behind him, completely bearing all the offensives with his own emperor body. Boom, boom, boom. Without Yanxian can see through the 6 realms and 6 days of the true emperor, even the emperor can never. Since it is impossible to see through, he can only bear it completely. Even the creation of this emperor-style Zhenwuyan can only bear it. This is the emperor Zhenwu after Yuanming the emperor's body, with a full blow. The emperor's clothes on Zhen Wuyang's body shattered directly, and his emperor body could not bear it, and was on the verge of ruin. But then Yu Cheng stretched out his hand to directly release his emperor's luck, blocking the great offensive. Yu Cheng. Zhen Wuyang stretched out his hand to grasp, but he fell into the void because he had endured most of the offensive. Wanna go? You can't protect yourself. Jian Wushuang grinned grimly, and his palms suddenly emptied, which actually restrained Zhen Wuyang and prevented him from taking any action. Zhen Wu, you're looking for death. He burst out loudly and desperately broke through the barrier and slammed into Jian Wushuang. So you still have today. Jian Wushuang sneered coldly and slammed his punch without fancy. Facing each other, the emperor is empty. They retreated thousands of feet at the same time, but Zhen Wuyang took a step faster and ran into Jian Wushuang again. Dihui condensed into a treasure, as if awakened from the ancient times, with an overwhelming aura pressed down. This is also a full blow, a real rage belonging to the emperor. Jian Wushuang responded in time, but everything was a bit late. The unspeakable emperor's luck made everything gloomy, swallowing and concealing everything. Under this emperor treasure phase, even the emperor body is rapidly decimating. At this moment, Jian Wu had a hideous appearance on both sides, and he could feel that his luck was swallowed. Zhen Wu, I want you to die. The giant voice containing the promise heavenly Tao made the entire desolate emperor realm tremble and shattered even more. Jian Wushuang laughed frantically. I die. Do you dare to let me die? As long as I die, you will be hit hard in an instant, and the Emperor Heaven will die. I ask you, do you dare? Zhen Wuyang didn't speak, looking at Jian Wushuang, who was wrapped in the endless Emperor's luck. The Emperor's eyes were finally covered by killing intent. In that case, then you will die. 5 fingers closed, palms condensed. At this moment, the mountains and seas disappeared, and the Emperor broke into the sky. The entire wilderness of the Emperor world was shattered into powder and turned into nothingness. Almost at the same time, auspicious clouds shrouded, and the powerful Zayajishan trembled violently. This kind of tremor lasted for a long time, allowing all Wangu elders to wake up from their deep sleep and look towards the boundless void. Chong Ling, who was sitting on the fairy tree, also noticed these changes for the first time. Zayajishan, which has been peaceful and calm for countless years, suddenly gusty wind, and the auspicious clouds in the sky turned dark red. Chong Ling's heart throbbed inexplicably and had an extremely bad premonition. Sister Ling, what are you looking at? How could Zayajishan become like this? Ami shook her palm and asked with her head up. Chong Ling came back to her senses and rubbed her little head. Nothing. There should be something happening, but it won't affect you. Ami nodded obediently and then asked, Does that affect Brother Jian? Chong Ling's heart trembled when she heard the words and then reluctantly smiled. Don't think about it. Your Brother Jian is very good. No one will hurt him. Ami nodded and stopped asking, but the worry in her eyes became more solemn. She clearly remembered that he disappeared shortly after Jian Wushuang defeated Qing Shan. Those who disappeared together were Emperor Zhen Wuyang and Uncle Yu and a group of Wangu elders. The turbulence in Zayajishan now has something to do with their departure. Could it be that all these changes were caused by him? The desolate Emperor realm has completely died. The sky is broken, and everything is floating gravel. With the support of the elder Wangu, Yu Chong raised his head to look at the void. There are 2 emperors. One emperor was standing, and the other emperor was also standing, but was already shaky and seemed to be sleeping at any time. The emperor's blood containing the fetters of numerology oozes from the emperor's body, and then spills into the void, immortal forever. He has no blood on his face, but the emperor's eyes are still cold, unyielding, and resentful. Zhen Wuyang stood in front of him without any waves. Then Zhen Wuyang raised his palm, and his palm was purely killing. Emperor Jian Wushuang's eyes were wide open, a great horror between life and death, so that he could not even speak. Zhen Wuyang, do you dare to kill me? Why don't you dare? He said, his voice no longer nostalgic, only Sun Han. The killing intent is enveloped, and the endless emperor shines. But the next moment, an old palm was placed on Zhen Wuyang's raised arm. Emperor, no. The Comer is Yu Chong. Zhen Wuyang looked at him. Why? Because of this, it is unfair to Wushuang, little friend. Yu Chong said slowly, Emperor Zhenwu should bear the crime and punishment, and cannot be added to Wushuang, little friend. Because he did nothing, he was destroyed, which is unfair to him. After listening, Zhen Wuyang glanced at Jian Wushuang, and then said, But what about him if he doesn't get rid of it for a day? Siu will be unstable for a day. Yu Chong was also silent because he didn't know what to do. The Emperor Zenwis Emperor body is now completely integrated with Jian Wushuang, and even Jian Wushuang's divine mind is likely to have been swallowed and absorbed. Jian Wushuang at this moment has almost become Zhenwu Emperor. Even Yu Chong was not sure whether Jian Wushuang was still alive. If there is really no way to expel Zhenwu Emperor, then only the result of killing together will remain. Related suggestion. Chapter 5034. And the result of the killing together. was the ending that Yu Chang would never want to see. Because he has a certain unique feeling about Jian Wushuang. That feeling is kind, and some unexplainable factors. It would be the biggest mistake if he was beheaded so unclearly. Seeing the two emperors standing in a stalemate in front of him, Jian Wushuang, who was almost dying, a secret smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that the owner of this immortal body he occupied could actually make Yu Changdu intercede. In this way, I'm afraid Zhen Wuyang will not be a killer. Indeed, as he thought, Zhen Wuyang also fell into silence and stopped doing it. Because he was originally a part of Zhen Wuyang, once he fell completely, Zhen Wuyang would never be relaxed, and he would no longer even be an emperor. Before he smiled triumphantly, his complexion suddenly changed, and the emperor body accelerated and shattered. No. How is it possible? How can you not be dead yet? Jian Wushuang cried out, the emperor's body faltering. Okay. Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang wondered at the same time, not knowing why he was so gaff. But immediately afterwards, the constantly spilling emperor's blood and the accelerated demise of the emperor's luck made them aware of the change. Could it be that the Wushuang little friend who was captured from the immortal body has not fallen? Yu Chang asked in surprise. Zhen Wuyang couldn't believe it at all. Even if Jian Wushuang was able to defeat the third-rank Dayan immortal, it would never be possible that he would persist for so long under the emperor's fortune and have not yet died. But this change in the emperor's body still made them have to believe that Jian Wushuang did not die. In the boundless mind, at this moment, Jian Wushuang stood in the mad sand, looking forward with a pale face. In front of him is the Emperor Zhenwu, who is almost frustrated. Return my fairy body to me, and I will let you go. Jian Wushuang said weakly. In such a war between the emperor and the emperor, he was a person who had completely witnessed it. Even though his spiritual thoughts were perfect, he was on the verge of collapse. Emperor Zhenwu was anxious and frustrated. He never thought that Jian Wushuang would still be alive. It's you? You're going to die. Now, you voluntarily fall asleep. I will spare your life. Otherwise, I want you to die on the spot. Jian Wushuang sighed faintly and said no more. In the next moment, a black feather that covered the sky suddenly spread out behind him. With the unfolding of this black feather, a bird chasing treasure that almost occupies more than half of the sand sea of divine mind appeared. It is wearing dark blue wings of flowing clouds, with hexagons on the head, and each corner is a different color, magnificent and mysterious. Then it slowly opened its eye wheels, and the pure golden pupils seemed to see through the universe. It was barren, the breath of ancient silence from the Wanggu era, unimaginable. With the appearance of this bird-chasing bird and Jian Wushuang's changes, Emperor Zhenwu, who was originally anxious, felt a deep chill in his heart. He never expected that in the depths of Jian Wushuang's spiritual consciousness and consciousness, he would have the aura of an emperor. The emperor's luck is fragmented, the emperor's blood is gushing, and the emperor's body is not miserable. In the void, Jian Wushuang was tumbling frantically, his luck quickly declining. Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang looked at each other, and then shot together, and the emperor's luck turned into chains, entwining him completely. Immediately afterwards, a group of Wanggu veterans came to their place, and they worked together to release their own luck and reshape the deserted emperor world. The void was being repaired, and the endless crushed stones and powder gathered again. The luck of the nearly 50 Wanggu elders was too terrible to repair any great realm, and this desolate emperor realm was completely restored within dozens of breaths. Seeing this situation, Zhen Wuyang directly stretched out his hand with a wave, and the earth swelled immediately, forming a majestic mountain. Immediately afterwards, the two emperors joined forces and tied Jian Wushuang on the sacred mountain. As the last ray of Emperor's luck faded away, there was no movement in him. Emperor Zhenwu didn't die. Yu Chang looked at Jin Wuyang and asked. He nodded. No, but I can feel him falling asleep. Yu Chang said again, so let Wushuang little friend leave? Zhen Wuyang frowned and finally shook his head. No, if Zhenwu is not removed for 1 day, he will be sealed here for 1 day until Zhenwu is stripped from him. Yu Chang was silent. He could not make a decision, but Zhen Wuyang's decision was indeed the best solution. If Zhenwu is not stripped for a day, it will be a disaster, and Jian Wushuang will naturally never be able to get out of the bondage. Zhen Wuyang wanted to say something, but in the end, everything was only put into a sigh. In this battle between the emperor and the emperor, the final result was not satisfactory. Emperor Zhenwu fell into a deep sleep. His emperor body was fragmented, but he could no longer be stripped from Jian Wushuang's immortal body because they had been completely integrated. This is an end without ending, and finally ended hastily. For Yu Jian Wushuang, this was a total disaster. He did nothing and was sealed in this wild world for endless years. The emperor finally left, and the deserted emperor world fell into eternal silence. In the endless darkness, the figure bound by the chains of Wandao Emperor on the top of the mountain quietly opened his eyes. Xinfen, countless Chinese years. Xinwu, I want you to die. The auspicious clouds return, the celestial spirit is full, and everything is calm again. Hey, have you seen that the elders all came back from injuries? Some even suffered severe injuries. What's this? I saw that even Uncle Yu was injured. What? Where did you see it? You can't talk nonsense about this. What I lie to you is what I saw with my own eyes. Although it is only a distant view, it is absolutely correct. It's still very unlikely. Who can hurt Uncle Yu? I'm afraid our ancestors together are not enough. This matter is strange. I am afraid that the injuries suffered by the ancestors will be attributed to the forbidden area. Forbidden land, waste world, forget it, don't speak arrogantly. In the sound of discussion that was going up and down and coming and going, Chang Ling, who was sitting under the fairy tree, quietly opened his eyes. Those noisy discussions are all disciples of the various veterans. Is a candidate for the heavenly officials next to the 7 emperors under the Zhenliang seat in the future. Their discussion at this moment has a certain degree of credibility. The abnormal change that occurred in Xiaojie Mountain is also very likely to be related to that forbidden area. Chang Ling was involuntarily meditating. She inexplicably thought of that free and easy figure in the Monarch Dojo, using her own strength to defeat Dian Xian, Jian Wushuang. Did he leave or went elsewhere? Couldn't. Zaya Jishin's change has something to do with him, right? Thoughts are like a flood, out of control. Chang Ling got up and looked at the ethereal sky in front of him. He must have left. How could Zaya Jishin's changes have anything to do with him? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version, reading URL, chapter 5035. After thinking about it for a while, Chang Ling went back to the fairy tree and closed his eyes and sat up. But this enlightenment didn't last long, and the slightly puckered eyebrows betrayed her state of mind at the moment. No, is Zaya Jishin's mutation really related to him? At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded, and then a small figure fell on Chang Ling's lap. What does it have to do with him, Sister Aya? The visitor was Ami, a small face made of pink jade, looking at her curiously. Chang Ling recovered and rubbed her little head. It's nothing. Have you seen your brother Jian? Ami said, Big brother Jian? I have never seen him before. Didn't he leave with Grandpa? I saw it with my own eyes. Hearing this, Chang Ling's heart trembled, and a bad feeling came to her heart. She had roughly guessed that this time Zaya Jishin's change might really be inseparable from Jian Wushuang. Sister Ling, what are you thinking? Is there any news from Brother Jian? Ami asked eagerly. Chong Ling smiled slightly. No, you don't need to worry. Practice hard. Don't be lazy. Oh, Ami answered, and then sat aside, concentrating on sitting up with his eyes closed. What's going on? I care so much about what he does. Obviously, there is only one side. What am I thinking about? And she shook her head mockingly and sat down together. Shang Yun curls up, and the whole Zayajishan is calm and peaceful, just like the beginning of creation. There are fairies, among which the candidate heavenly officials follow the Wangu elders to practice and enlighten, which is a real fairyland. But in this peaceful and quiet fairyland, a fairy seemed extremely impatient, his brows stretched and frowned from time to time, as if thinking about something. Soon, she opened her eyes again, looked at the surrounding environment quietly, and then said in a low voice, Ami, do you want to see your brother Jian? The wind and dust were dying, and in the fierce wind mixed with silky black mist, a thin body, but with a colorful radiance, was moving forward at a constant speed. She is Chong Ling. She left Zayajishan all alone and walked towards the wasteland she had never set foot in. She didn't know where the desolate world was, and even in Xiaojia Mountain, apart from the Wangu elders, there were no fairies and no candidates for heavenly officials. But with Ami, the lead boy, she still knew the approximate location of the wasteland, and then quietly moved forward. Originally, Ami also strongly requested to go with him, but how could Chong Ling let her follow, and made a small plan to let her stay behind Xiaojia Mountain and head to the wasteland alone. Desolate realm, desolate emperor realm. This is a place where Yixian has never been involved since the beginning of its birth. It is a secret world, treacherous and mysterious. Everything was shrouded in a dark mist. Even if Dianxian set foot here, he would feel intense anxiety. Here, for Chong Ling, who had just set foot in Dian, immortal more than 50 million years ago, it was extremely dangerous. After condensing her mind and covering the fairy body with a layer of strength, she only breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at the front that was full of ancient and desolate atmosphere, Chong Ling sighed again. What am I doing? I must be crazy. I will look for an unrelated immortal. Forget it, because of Amos' face, I will find it hard to find it. In the ancient wilderness, above the ancient land, there was only a slender figure, walking slowly but firmly, and while she was moving forward, she didn't notice the clouds of black and gray mist all over her body, slowly gathering. Where will he be? Will he be more dangerous as he goes forward? Facing the clouds covering the sky, Chong Ling was a little worried. But the next moment, the crisis came much faster than she expected, and an unprecedented life and death crisis suddenly came to her heart. She almost exhausted all her strength, and the fairy body stepped onto the ground instantly. Following it, a giant claw cover about 100,000 miles across came down. Boom! The earth is shattered, and there are cracks in the sky, instantly splitting and stretching for millions of miles. The dust is immense. The giant claw was almost touching her back. Chong Ling was already speechless in amazement, staring at the scene in a daze. This giant claw, like the great pillar of the sky, protruded from the clouds and easily split the earth. The entire giant claw is covered with a layer, thick and dense silver gray scales. 5 finger claws are enough to tear out 5 tianhe. Chong Lingxi has no doubt that if she didn't escape in time, she would be killed directly by this giant claw. Time seemed to stagnate, and she still stood in the void, not knowing whether to escape or not. At this moment, Yunyan suddenly surged violently, and a huge beast head with no bounds came out of it. It showed bright amber vertical pupils, like tianhe spring water, reflecting Chong Ling's slender figure completely. This beast head, like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a beast, and not a beast, is full of a wild and strange aura of chaos. Yan Xian, who allowed you to come here privately. The huge sound is heavy, covering the world, making everything tremble and worship. Chong Ling was startled and swallowed with difficulty. I just broke into this room accidentally. I never thought this is a forbidden place. The heaven and the earth are silent. The behemoth that is hidden in the clouds and shows only a corner does not speak anymore, turning its pupils like Tianhe's spring water, looking at her, seeming to identify the true and false in her words. As if endless time has passed, in the torment of waiting, the giant beast said again, "If this is the case, I will forgive you without guilt, leave here immediately, and no longer enter." Chong Ling breathed out softly after hearing the words, and finally let go of her hanging heart. The giant beast didn't intend to embarrass her. After warning this sentence, he sank into the endless clouds and disappeared. Seeing the earth torn apart for nearly 1,000,000 miles, she still had lingering fears. That kind of oppression was so terrifying that even Dian Immortal could not give birth to resistance. Everything returned to dead silence, as if nothing had happened. Converging his mind, Chong Ling didn't dare to stay any longer. She urged herself to escape from here. But after she turned back a few steps, she stopped again, seeming to be fighting in her heart. Then she raised her head, secretly, pretending to check the situation of the 4 fields inadvertently. After seeing nothing unusual, Chong Ling gritted her teeth secretly, as if she had made some decision. Her figure suddenly turned back, ready to break into the depths of the wilderness. But as she turned around, another giant claw of the sky covered the sky and stood out from the clouds, shaking the earth, blocking the way. I will leave now." Chong Ling spoke with difficulty, leaving the last sentence, and then fled and left this desolate plain. And almost at the same time, in the depths of this wild world, the figure bound to the top of the mountain opened his eyes, and then fell silent again. Chapter 36. Leaving the wasteland, she had lingering fears. That kind of breathtaking oppression made her reluctant to think about it. Where is there, and why does it exist? She was secretly shocked because she felt the breath of the giant beast, not weaker than the Wangu elders in Xiaojia Mountain. And at the last moment, she saw an unimaginable scene. The giant beast's giant claws drooping from the clouds was actually bound by tens of thousands of chains. Who has such power to imprison it there? Is it the emperor? Thinking of this, Chong Ling was shocked to the extreme, and at the same time he was even more certain that only the emperor had such strength. Will he also be imprisoned by the emperor there? She gritted her teeth and obviously had an answer in her heart, but the answer was too unfair. With the power of Yan Xian, if he shakes Dian Xian under true Wuyang seat, should he be exiled and imprisoned? Chong Ling knew that the wind would destroy Mu Xiu in the forest, and it was precisely because of this that she felt unwilling again. But all this was helpless. She couldn't shake it at all, and even entered the wasteland. Thinking of this, she sighed and returned to Ziyajishan. "Sister Aya, I actually fell asleep." In the Xiaojia Mountains shrouded in auspicious clouds, under the fairy tree, Ami lowered his head and said to Nuonuo, with 2 small fleshy hands behind him, as if doing something wrong. Chong Ling smiled reluctantly, stretched out her slender palm, and rubbed her head. "It's okay, Ami, don't blame yourself. It's not where you should go." Ami nodded, and then hurriedly said, "Sister Ling, did you see Brother Jian when you went there?" She smiled bitterly. "I have never seen it before." Then Chong Ling told Ami about everything that happened there. "Ah, no, is it so scary there?" After listening, Ami said in surprise. Chong Ling sighed slightly. "Far more terrifying than I said, so it is almost impossible to meet him." What to do then? Brother Jian must not have an accident, otherwise Xiao Dijuan said this. Ami, with an anxious face, paused, and then suddenly looked up at her, with hope in his eyes. Yes, little emperor, brother Yin. Changling wondered, what's the matter with Guan Xiaodi? As if caught a life-saving straw. Ami said, Sister Ling, you don't know that Brother Jian and Xiaodajian are close friends. If Xiaodajian knows that he sees Brother Jian trapped in the wilderness, he will definitely come to help. After listening, Changling was silent. Even though she had practiced enlightenment in Xiaojia Mountain since she was young, she still knew something about the outside world, especially the situation of the 7 emperors under the seat of Jinwuyang. She knows best because this is the most basic criterion for candidates for heavenly officials. It is rumored that the emperor's son under the seat of Zhenwuyang is the most perverse and violent and has a withdrawn personality. He never made friends with any immortals and even regarded his 6 brothers as enemies. Several years ago, Chang Ling watched the son Yen from a distance. He was basically in line with the rumors. He was pale, handsome and charming, and perverse and violent. He is hostile to all the gods in the heaven. This also caused that even the Wanggu elders in the heavenly court retreated and gave courtesy to them. There is even more rumors that when he was a minor, the son Yin would fight with Jinwuyang to fight, and used a strategy to take down the last heaven in the Desai domain for Jinwuyang. All these deeds added together, so that the entire Desiyu, and even all the eternal fairy in the heavenly court, the Day Eternal Fairy, dare not despise this junk emperor. And this is why she was surprised by what she said to Ami. In her opinion, it is absolutely impossible for the emperor's son to have someone close to him, let alone a close friend. And watching Jian Wushuang suffered heavy injuries and being brought to Xiaojishan by Uncle Yu alone made her never think of the relationship between the two. After thinking about it again and again, Changling said, Ami, you can't talk nonsense. How could they have a relationship? Seeing that she didn't believe it, Ami said anxiously, Really? I won't lie to your sister Ling. In the heavenly banquet, not long ago, Brother Jian came with Brother Yen, and they also got the fairy Peach for that banquet together. Chang Linglius' eyebrows trembled, and she finally got the impression that the winner of the fairy Peach in the last heavenly feast was indeed the son of the emperor. And she also heard that after Gongzi Yen finally got Xiantao, he divided Xiantao into 2 and gave the other half to a young man. Combined with Jian Wushuang's horrified performance in the emperor's dojo, Chang Ling finally believed in Amos' words. But the emperor, would you be willing to take risks to rescue him? Chang Ling asked, with doubts in his words. Ami laughed. Her big eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Don't worry, Sister Ling. I can feel that Brother Yen has a different mood with Brother Jian. He will definitely come to save Brother Jian. She hesitated again, and finally made up her mind. Then go and see the great emperor? Ami nodded desperately. But candidates for heavenly officials, you can't leave Xiaojishan at will. There are not so many, but Sister Aya, Ami will have a way to let you go. Okay. The clouds and smoke will go back and forth, like being in a dreamlike cloud and smoke, above the jade steps, leaning against a figure. He wore a luxurious suit with mountains and rivers painted on it, with a tendency to swallow the sky. Leaning on the jade steps, he is half asleep and half awake, not knowing what the world is moving. In the heavenly hall, the silence can be heard, and there is no aura of eternal immortality. I don't know how long it took. The closed gate of the heavenly hall slowly opened, and then a thin purple robe entered the hall, walking briskly. The thin purple robe quietly came to him, and leaned over, and said in a low voice, His Royal Highness, there is a fairy who came to see you in 6 days, and said that there is something important to discuss with your highness. The figure on the jade steps hasn't even opened his eyes, as if he is still sleeping. And the thin purple robe fixed his posture, waiting for a reply. For a long time, a cold voice sounded. No, if you don't leave, kill it. The thin purple robe nodded and promised, for every order, he will firmly implement, never asking why. He turned around and was about to leave, but after a few steps, he stopped again and turned around to add a word. His Royal Highness, that fairy is a dying immortal. I can feel from the breath of her body. She should have walked out of Xiaojia Mountain. Am not interested. Let her leave. The figure on the jade steps said. There was still only a cold killing intent in the words. The thin purple robe was silent, and finally said again, His Royal Highness, it was little Ami who asked her to come to see you. Above the jade level, he quietly opened his eyes, which contained supreme majesty. Chapter 50:37. The fairy clouds surged, and the heavenly hall was solemn and magnificent. This is the first time that Changling has left Xiajishan in a true sense. While her heart is extremely tense, she is also full of strong curiosity about everything. Especially when she came to the six-day realm where the Emperor's son was, her curiosity reached its peak because she smelled the destruction of the void. Although this smell of destruction almost disappeared, she was still aware of it. She was curious as to what the six heavens realm had experienced before, so much so that it was still full of destruction. Standing in the big, lonely sky, looking at the still closed temple from a distance, Changling was already a little angry. She was a dying immortal at any rate, and she was a first-class existence in the entire Daesai domain today, and she never thought that she would be left outside at the first meeting. Although the interviewer was the son of the emperor, she still angered her. Just when she was considering whether to turn around and leave, the temple opened, and the thin purple robe flew up to her, taking charge of the lead. Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Changling entered the temple. Yunyan curled up. A slightly sweet, smelly scent wafted in the temple. The first time I smelled it, it made people uncomfortable, but I would be immersed in it before I knew it. Changling's nose moved slightly, obviously feeling uncomfortable with the smell in the temple. After the thin purple robe led her to the temple, he quickly left and closed the temple door easily. There was a tremor in her heart, and a crisis surged in her heart. Thinking of the perverse and violent emperor's son, she became nervous. Even if she was dying immortal, she had the urge to flee at any time. And just as she was thinking about it, a cold voice sounded, "What did you do in 6 days?" Accompanied by this sound, a figure dressed in extravagant clothes walked out from the depths of the hall slowly. Changling held his breath and became more nervous. Even after a few Chinese years, she still recognized at a glance the son of the emperor, Sun Yen. Xiaojishan frowned slightly, and his patience was obviously gradually disappearing. "Say, what are you going to do in 6 days?" After regaining his senses, Changling said nervously, Back to your highness. I think, please save an immortal." Hearing this, he raised his brows slightly, and the corners of his mouth sneered. "Do we know each other? Don't you think it is a bit absurd?" Changling also consciously asked something wrong, but she still said, "Although it is a little absurd, he must be a little important to you, so please help." The little emperor was already out of interest, and immediately turned and waved, "I'm not interested. You can leave. Don't let me see you again." Changling was stunned. He didn't expect him to be so cold and uncomfortable. Then the suppressed resentment and unhappiness in her heart made her angrily said, "I knew you were so unfeeling. I would never come here to see you if I died. If this is the case, let him die in the wilderness." After speaking the last sentence, she prepared to leave without looking back. At this moment, Xiao Daijin's voice sounded again. "What's his name?" Although Changling was angry, she still spoke. "I only know that there is a sword in his name, and Ami calls him Brother Jian." Above the jade level, the figure in the luxurious clothes trembled suddenly, and then ran down the jade level directly, and came to Changling. Then he stretched out his hands and clasped her arms tightly, and said in a gloomy manner, "Sword, is it called Jian Wu Shuang? Answer me." Chongling was shocked by the sudden change, but she forgot how to speak. Okay, it seems to be by this name. When he got the answer, the corner of Xiao Daijin's eyes trembled. After he released his palm, he sat down on the jade steps as if exhausted. Seeing the little emperor who had changed too much before and after, Chongling was astonished, and at the same time the stone in his heart was settled. She asked, "Save or not?" The desperate little monarch slowly raised his head and looked at her. "Are you from Zayajishan? Tell me about his situation, and don't hide anything." Chongling nodded, and then explained clearly the first time he saw Jian Wushuang and a series of things that happened afterwards. "This is everything I know. After that, I tried to enter the wasteland to find him, but I failed in the end, so I came to you." She took a deep breath and said, then looked at Zayajin, sincerely, "Please also save him." Xiao Dijuan turned his back to her, like a sculpture, motionless. I don't know how long it took before he slowly turned around, a touch of complexity and scrutiny flashed in his eyes. "What is your relationship with him?" Chongling was startled, obviously unaware that his focus could be so strange. This we just met together, and we have seen very few of them. They can only be regarded as ordinary friends." "Ordinary friends?" Zayajin smiled. "Ordinary friends would be willing to take risks with their bodies? Will they leave Zayajishan secretly, fortunately, and ask an emperor who has never seen him for help?" Chongling was dumb and didn't know how to answer. The little emperor smiled, rather than smile, step by step close to the forward. Chongling kept backing away, extremely nervous. He slowly leaned over, his eyes revealing a charming charm. "Since you are from Zayajishan and you are dying immortal again, you must be the candidate for the emperor's heavenly official, right? What are you going to do?" Before she knew it, Chongling was in front of Shan Haiju. Of course I want to do everything." Zayajin smiled evilly. "My great heaven official has been selected and will never change, but you have a great appetite for me, and I don't want to give up. So I want to ask you, would you like to be an empress?" "My empress?" The thoughts in his mind seemed to explode Wanjun thunder, and Chongling's mind was blank at this moment. She would never have thought that Xiao Dijuan would say such a thing to her when they first met. Ridiculous! It is ridiculous! While she was in a shocked blank, Zayajin stretched out her palm and provoked her beautiful jaw. Chongling was clear in an instant, and her expression became cold. Facing the frivolous little emperor, she stretched out her hand and pulled it up. But this slap did not fall, and was stopped by Xiao Dijuan raising his hand. He seemed to be smiling, but not smiling, leaning over and whispering, "Don't let your palm print fall on the emperor's body. The consequences are far beyond your ability to bear." Chongling hesitated. Since the beginning of her spiritual wisdom, she has been practicing an enlightening in Xiaojia Mountain. Everything is given by the emperor. Naturally, the emperor's order cannot be violated. But right now, as the crown prince, the emperor's son, Sun Yen, did not dare to violate anything that she had done to her. Even if she is dying immortal, she dare not go against it. Seeing Chongling, who chose to endure silently, Xiao Dijuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, and then leaned over to face her Tanku without any warning. Chapter 5038. Her pupils dilated for an instant, and the corners of her ears were red like a drop of blood. That is caused by excessive tension. The blue silk smudge covering up everything that happened. Chongling Kingming's spiritual thoughts collapsed in an instant. This kind of impact was too big for her, so that her mind went blank. With an almost arrogant attitude, he shattered all her defenses, as well as shame. That kind of sentiment was warm and terrifying, but I didn't know how to resist it. At this moment, the gate of the heavenly hall opened, and the thin purple robe leaned forward to check the situation in the hall. After seeing this scene of spring melting, he consciously retracted his figure and closed the hall door by the way. And Chongling finally recovered. A flash of humiliation and resentment flashed in her eyes, and then her teeth lightly opened, biting down like a small beast. Yin Hongshen's blood then spilled, slashing along her sandal mouth, and a blood line flowed out of the extremely beautiful line of the lower jaw. Xiao opened his eyes, and the supreme cold prestige burst out. Chongling stepped back, leaning against Shan Haizhu, looking directly at him, with humiliating eyes, without worry or fear at all. The wound on Xiao Daijin's thin lips also healed in an instant. As if nothing had happened before, his eyes returned to the coldness of 1,000 miles away. After sorting out some scattered extravagant clothes, Xiao Dijuan said in a calm tone, "The thing just now, you should assume nothing happened. If it has passed out, I will kill you." Chongling's figure trembled, and the humiliation in her eyes was completely replaced by anger. She sneered, and she didn't even care to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. "If it spreads out, it will cost me my life. It is obviously that you are the first to be frivolous than me, but use this as a threat. Even if you are the son of the emperor, I don't believe that the emperor would be so partial." The little emperor smiled when he heard the words, "It won't be any good for you to spread the sentence. You and I know it. If you want to be my empress, it's a different matter. You dream. Even if I die, I will never be your empress." Chongling said angrily. He seemed uninterested in this, and turned and walked towards the depths of the temple. "Are you going to save it?" Chongling said anxiously through gritted teeth. "I save him. It's a matter between us. You don't want to take care of it." After he said these last words, his figure sank into the depths of the temple. Chongling stomped angrily, wishing to swallow her alive. Damn it, not only is frivolous and lustful, but also so perverse and violent. If anyone becomes his heavenly official in the future, he will never end well. The Tiandian Tianmen reopened, and she didn't want to wait for a moment. She left the Tiandian and waited in Degushan. "His Royal Highness, you shouldn't treat the candidate heavenly official that way. If she goes back to Xiaojishan to say a few words to the emperor, I'm afraid she will." The thin purple robe didn't say more. Little Dijuan said, "Don't worry, she won't say a word, and I did that to her. There is a reason." Also, Wu Shuang came out of the sea of no edge alive, but he should have been imprisoned in the wilderness by the emperor. "I am going to help." After hearing these words, the thin purple robe, who was still extremely calm, trembled suddenly, and his muddy eyes couldn't believe it. Sword, Master Sword, came back alive from there. "Don't tell me this beforehand, especially to those in Shaogudian. Don't let them know." The thin purple robe nodded and promised, then backed out and walked out of the temple. This time, without letting Chongling wait outside for too long, Xiao Dijuan jumped out of the temple. What surprised her was that he didn't wear the extravagant clothes of Maio Shanhui this time. Instead, he changed into a plain and flowing uniform, and the long hair is no longer draped, but with a golden strap at random behind him, giving people an indescribable warmth. "Let's go. You are responsible for leading the way." Xiao carried his hands on his back, and his voice was icy from 1,000 miles away. "Also, don't look directly at me with this kind of eyes. This is an insult to the emperor." Chonglin Jianya was about to shatter, and almost exhausted his full strength, gave him a vicious look before rushing out of Dagudian with anger. The two bodies were like two stars and streamers, and they soon sank into the depths of the void. "Are you sure Wu Shuang was imprisoned in the wilderness?" "Not too sure, but it's very possible. I can't look into it in depth. It's too dangerous." On the way, Xiao Dijuan frowned slightly. He just faintly heard about the wasteland, but he was able to confirm that it was indeed the emperor realm of Zhenwuyang, which was extremely mysterious. And knowing that there are immortals there is almost to the extreme. If Jian Wushuang really walked out of the borderless sea and was spotted by Zhen Wuyang, he would really be imprisoned in the wilderness. The wilderness is mysterious. Wu Yanxian knows what is hidden there. It is a big mystery. But even so, the little emperor still plans to venture into the wilderness alone. The wild world is an unnamed world, and there is no way to find an entrance from the outside world. You can only enter from Xiaojie Mountain, and Zayajishan is a leisure place for Zhen Wuyang and a group of elders, and outsiders may be discovered in an instant. But Xiao Dijuan didn't care about these. He didn't even conceal his breath, and entered the Xiaojie Mountain. Hey, stay back. We're going to save him. Isn't it just a failure to be found before entering? Chong Ling was heartbroken and persuaded him in a good voice. Xiaodigen glanced at her sideways and walked forward on his own. Chong Ling Inya wanted to break, but had no choice but to quickly go to the wasteland. Here is the wasteland. He was a little surprised. Although he had heard of it, he was still relatively vague about the real place of the wasteland. Chong Ling nodded, did not say much, and entered first without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, a touch of cryptic complexity flashed deep in Xiao Daijin's eyes, and after a moment of silence he stepped into it. The dead silence of the ancient barren world is the unchanging main color of the barren world. Even years will be barren and meaningless. The mist of gray and black silk threads covered almost the entire wasteland, and the visibility never exceeded 1,000 miles. In it is accompanied by barrenness and death. Attention, there is a giant beast in Yunyan, even me. Looking at Shino, Chong Ling reminded in a low voice, not even daring to breathe. Xiaodigen squinted at her again. Since you are invincible, why do you come in to die? She was silent for a while, inexplicably feeling that there was some truth. After a while, she reacted and said with embarrassment, "You must take care of it. I don't believe you can be the enemy." He refused to argue, walked alone, and his brows became sharp in an instant. As early as when he entered this place, he noticed a powerful aura that could not be ignored. If there was nothing, this kind of breath surpassed imagination, and it was not something Yanxian could contend. But he still moved forward resolutely. Chapter 5039. Chong Ling pursed her thin lips, wondering whether to leave here or move forward together. At this moment, everything she did had nothing to do with her, but she persisted. She didn't even know how it would benefit her to do these things. But when she thought of Jian Wushuang's amazing talents and the predictable, miserable situation on the Emperor's Dao, she couldn't bear it. Although Chong Ling firmly believed that the Emperor would not be jealous, Jian Wushuang's original appearance was too terrifying. With the power of cultivating immortals, he could defeat Dian Immortal, which was unprecedented in the past. From the perspective of the Emperor's situation, it was more appropriate to never imprison him or kill him. A stunned Tianjiao, who is unimaginable on the path of practice, should not be so silent and perish. Chong Ling's eyes gradually became firm, and then she moved forward resolutely. Xiaodigen regarded her as nothing and moved forward. "You can't do this. It's easy to be spotted by that big guy," Chong Ling said with some worry. The next moment, the layers of clouds were pulled away, and an eye pupil that was several times larger than the giant sun opened quietly. The pure amber color is like the tranquil Tianhe spring water. The vertical pupil in the center is pitch black to the extreme, fully reflecting the figures of Xiaodigen and Chong Ling. They swallowed their throats at the same time and backed slowly. "Yanxian, this is not a place where you can set foot. Leave quickly and spare you a way of life." In the clouds and smoke, this giant beast issued a warning. Chong Ling's eyes were solemn, and he no longer knew whether the war had retreated. Xiao Dijuan quickly recovered his composure, facing the giant beast, and said in a condensed voice, "I came to this world to look for an immortal. As long as I find it, I leave immediately." As the words fell, clouds of smoke swept across the void. An unimaginable head of beast protruded from the clouds, and only endless majesty remained in the eyes of the giant sun. "No, the huge sound is bursting, and the force can be drained." Xiaodijan's face was cold. "What if I insist on entering?" "Then stay here." A dragon-like beast had descended from the sky with infinite might. "The distance between the two is even less than 100 feet. He smiled slyly. His eyebrows were sharp. "That seat I will show you today." After he finished speaking, his immeasurable power exploded, shaking the sky and the earth, tearing everything apart in an instant. At the same time, an inch of light appeared, restrained by hundreds of millions of terrifying powers, and went straight to the giant beast's huge eye wheel. "You dare!" The giant beast was furious. It never thought that a fellow like an ant would actually be the first to violent. It was completely furious, and a barren breath gushed out of its nose. The pure to the extreme inch of light, even if it is sharp, it is impossible to blind the eye wheel of the giant beast, and even after it collides with the barren aura, it is broken. As for Xiao Dijuan, what he wanted was this opportunity. He was almost out of shape at the moment when the light burst into bloom, and Changling also reacted at the right time, releasing her own strength with firm eyes. The strength is like a horse, sweeping thousands of thousands, and instantly entangled the head of the giant beast. Court death. The giant beast was furious, and the giant sound erupted like layers of eddy currents. Changling also backed away thousands of feet. The blood in the fairy body was tumbling, but her figure did not stay in the slightest. She swept up again. The endless strength training came out of her hands. She is buying time for Xiao Dijuan. With eyes facing each other, Xiao Dijuan turned around and glanced at her, then swiftly swept into the depths of the wilderness. But the next moment, the chaotic cloud layers suddenly broke open, and a giant claw covering the sky came down. This huge claw covering the sky is really too big, one wide enough to cover 100,000 miles of heaven and earth, directly blocking the path of Little Emperor. Astonished in his heart, the soft sword in his palm pierced the giant claw. But this sword only destroyed hundreds of scales, and couldn't shake the giant claws at all. Xiao Dijuan frowned. Knowing that he couldn't shake it hard, he made a decisive decision and ran towards another direction. At the same time, Changling was struggling to resist the offensive of the giant beast head. Although she was already dying immortal, facing this Wangu giant beast, it was still difficult to fight. Between the behemoth's breath and breath, it put a lot of pressure on her. She knew that she was the most right to insist on 10 breath time. The stubborn ones have to pay the price. The giant beast made a terrible voice, and the giant sound wrapped Changling with the searing breath. She snorted, and her own strength was blocked at this instant. Then, a giant claw bounding nearly 1,000 dark chains came out of the clouds and directly grasped Changling. She instantly felt that the fairy body was about to be shattered, and Yanli was completely blocked by some unknown force, and the giant claws that entangled and bound the chains were constantly gripping. "Naughty people, I have repeatedly discouraged you, but you still don't repent. If that's the case, you will fall into my womb." The giant beast said shun shun, and then he opened a huge mouth large enough to swallow the 10,000 heavens galaxy. Changling was desperate, but couldn't control his own destiny at all, and could only fall into that huge mouth. The next moment, but suddenly changed. Thousands of pure to the extreme strength training broke through the layers of clouds, entangled Changling's fairy body, and then quickly retracted at the moment, rescued her from the mouth of the giant beast. Changling was shocked, and her mind went blank. When she reacted, she realized that it was the emperor's son, Yen, who had rescued her. How dare you? The giant beast was completely furious, and the giant claw covered by the chain came down. Faced with this overwhelming situation, Xiao Dijuan became extremely calm. I stay here, you go to find Jian Wushuang. Remember, if you dare to say a word of nonsense to him, I will kill you. After speaking these last words, he directly pushed Chang Ling to a distance of 1,000,000 feet. Then, he resolutely confronted the behemoth. Covered by the power of the sky, it easily shattered the strength of the little emperor. The giant claws held tightly, and calm completely restrained him, unable to move at all. Ant, how dare you come here? The giant beast said with a deep roar, his pupils like a huge sun reflecting his already red face. Key ants? In front of the seat, you are the ants. Xiaodigen said with difficulty. Because of the huge force, a ray of divine blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, colorful divine blood. Okay. At this moment, the giant beast's eyes widened and its vertical pupils contracted. The blood of the emperor. Do you belong to the blood of the emperor? Xiao Dijuan looked at him coldly, with contempt and disdain in his eyes. The next moment, the giant beast laughed, and his eyes, like a huge sun, were all the pleasure of revenge. It's really a pleasure to have the emperor's lineage to fight the tooth and tooth sacrifices. You must be the emperor of Zhen Wuyang. I want him to taste the pain. Xiao Dijuan was already shocked. He didn't expect this result at all. Chapter 50-40. This prisoner dragon is not afraid of his emperor bloodline, but is ready to swallow it. But he was unable to return to heaven at all, and could only watch as he threw himself into a huge mouth. But Xiao Dijuan didn't intend to die with his hands. Almost at the same time, an ultimate stream of light bloomed from his palm. It was a sword, a soft sword that never left. The soft sword carries Wanjun power, like a dazzling inch of light, with introverted endless charm. Then it shot up and went straight to the beast's eyes. Because this reality was so fast that the whole body was immersed in the behemoth that swallowed the little emperor, and he didn't notice it in time. By the time it noticed it, it was already too late. It is undoubtedly terrifying that the endless trend only gathers a little and then releases it completely. The colorful Yanli burst out instantly, and the soft sword carried the ultimate inch of light and pierced fiercely into the behemoth's eye wheel. At this moment, the giant beast shook the sky and screamed, and even the void was shattered, and its giant claws also loosened. Xiaodigen took this opportunity to escape without any hesitation. The void was cracking, and endless clouds were surging violently. I want your life. The giant beast roared in anger. It's right, I was already dimmed, and at the center of its pupil, a soft sword was firmly embedded in it. An endless stream of light rushed out from the wound. Facing the little emperor who had fled the way, it opened its huge mouth, and a breath of ancient desolation and death gushed out. That is the force of atmospheric transport, which is not carried by any medium. Once it appears, it cannot be avoided but can only be endured. The little emperor, who rushed in the void, felt that the fairy body instantly blessed a certain strange power, which directly caused the fairy body to shatter and the meridians to shrink. He didn't even have time to urge the last ray of strength. He coughed up a mouthful of divine blood and fell into the void with one head. And at this critical moment, Chang Ling appeared quietly. She directly reached out to support the fallen figure of Xiao Dijuan, and then swept into the depths of the wilderness without looking back. Boom! Void. The earth trembled. Then a shocking scene appeared. The cloud and smoke that diffused the entire void surged violently at this moment, and then disappeared. And when Yunyan completely disappeared, the behemoth hidden in Yunyan completely emerged. Its figure is almost endless, boundless like a dragon covered with giant silver-gray scales, almost running through the entire sky of the wilderness. At the same time, a chain of chains was enough to tear the sky, penetrated through its body, and bound it firmly in the sky. This scene was too shocking and too depressing, looking at the body of the giant beast in the sky. Chongling's mood had fallen to the bottom, but she never gave up, carrying Xiao Dijuan on her back, flying across the void. The behemoth that was destroyed was completely mad. No matter the chain that penetrated the body, its 4 claws moved in unison, and the cover came down. At this moment, the chains that imprisoned the giant beast were all stretched so that even the void was destroyed. Chongling was shocked to the point where the wasteland was shaking. This is the first time she has encountered a major crisis between life and death since she was young. She can hardly make any effective judgments, and can only watch the giant claw cover come down. Listen, keep, throw me away, you will run away first. The voice of Kir Woyujuan sounded, and the little emperor reluctantly opened his eyes, and said, hearing the familiar voice behind him, Chongling calmed down inexplicably. She gritted her teeth and said, Impossible, I won't leave you alone. For a heavenly official, this is the most basic rule. You are just a candidate. Any emperor will want you. Shut up if you don't want to die. If you say more, I will throw you here. Chongling's expression calmed down, and she looked back, and the giant claw was already close at hand. With a sudden change in her mind, she turned around resolutely and released all her own powers, making a loud claw. Boom! The sky trembled, and Yanli Huameng splashed. However, this Dian Immortal's full blow even only blocked the giant claw for a moment before it disappeared. Boom! The giant sound is clear, and the giant claw pats Chongling fiercely. She suddenly drank a mouthful of blood and was photographed in the void. At this moment, the world is silent. She only felt the moment she fell to the ground, a soft, muffled hum under her body, and then no sound. Lying on her back in the deserted ground, Chongling's eyes were empty, and the fairy body was shattered, which was not enough to support her actions. Seeing the giant claws getting closer, she sighed and closed her eyes. However, the imaginary disappearance of form and spirit did not appear, not even any pain. Chongling slowly opened his eyes, shocked to the extreme, because she discovered that the giant claw did not land, but hovered in the void, and it was difficult to drop an inch. This is because of the chains, completely restricting the movements of the behemoth. It was unwilling, furious, and almost shredded the sky, which didn't help. Chongling laughed, and then passed out. The wilderness is silent. I don't know how long it took. When a slight, rustling noise heard in her ears, she was awakened. Then she saw a green cow, a big and strong green cow. Moo! Qingniu let out a muffled cry, then stared at 2 big, watery eyes, tilted his head to look at Chongling. She was frightened, and then, as if thinking of something, she hurriedly looked down her body. Only then did she see the figure of Xiao Dijuan almost completely embedded in the earth. Chongling secretly said something was wrong, and hurriedly released Yanli to protect his immortal body, only then took a breath. How did you get here? A crisp, childish voice sounded at this moment without any warning. Chongling looked up, and then noticed that on the broad and sturdy back of Qingniu there was actually a child wearing a hat on his stomach. He was lying on the back of Qingniu, supporting his head with his hands, and looking at her warmly, with her eyes facing each other. Chongling was very nervous. She would never believe that a little boy riding a green bull would appear in this terrible and desolate wasteland. This is too weird to believe. How did you come here? It's dangerous here. On Qingniu's back, the boy repeated the previous sentence again, still looking at Chongling with warm eyes, waiting for the answer with great patience. Although she was a little at a loss, she quickly calmed down. We came here to find an immortal. After we find it, she will leave immediately and will never stay here. The boy said again, "Oh, do you know where the immortal yin is looking for? If you don't know, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find." Chang Ling was dumb for a while. She was not even sure that Jian Wushuang was imprisoned in the wilderness, let alone to determine the specific location. But she was not eager to speak, but stared at the boy lying on the blue bowl. For some reason, she had an instinct this little boy seemed to know something. Chapter 5041. In this wasteland that has been silent for countless years, there is absolutely no possibility that there will be harmless little boys. The emergence of this situation at the moment is even more suspicious. This has to make Chang Ling more speculation, because it is too far beyond common sense. So she began to think about how to retreat. Seeing her not speaking, the little boy who was lying on the back of Qing, Niu, suddenly sat up straight, looking at Chang Ling with jet-black eyes. "Are you afraid of me?" She continued to be dumb, not knowing how to answer. And right here, a voice that could not suppress the sullenness sounded, "Get out of here." Chang Ling was shocked. Only then did he remember that he was still pressing on Xiao Dijuan and hurriedly got up and backed away. "Yes, I'm sorry." She flushed and said in shame. Xiao Dijuan suddenly sat up, and his eyes shot at her with a killing intent. "The next time, I will kill you." Chang Ling knows that he is wrong, and is not easy to argue, only secretly sulking. Then he propped up his figure and stood up hard and reluctantly, almost tottering. Only then did Xiao Dijuan see a boy riding a green bull behind him. He subconsciously touched his waist, but he was surprised that the soft sword of the bodyguard had been left in the eyes of the giant beast long ago. "Who are you?" Xiao Dijuan stepped back slowly, staring at the boy on the back of Qingniu. "Can't you see this? I am a cattle herd." The little boy said crisply. He was startled. Herding cattle? Herding cattle in this eternally silent wilderness? This is really incredible. Why, don't you believe it? The little boy said again. Little Dijuan, who was cautious and suspicious by nature, didn't say much, but was thinking about how to leave. At this time, Chang Ling said, "I believe, of course I believe, but it's so dangerous here. How have you been safe until now?" Hearing the words, the little boy took off the hat from his head. "No, there has always been only me and a cow here. We have always been here, so how could it be dangerous?" Both Chang Ling and Xiao Dijuan were slightly startled, and they obviously began to doubt. Just the behemoth of the sky that almost put them to death before can explain that this wilderness can never be simple, but seeing the serious look of the little boy made her wonder again. At this moment, Xiao Dijuan dragged the immortal body that hadn't recovered and left straight away. Seeing this scene, Chang Ling also subconsciously wanted to keep up, but stopped again, a little at a loss. "Who are you looking for when you come here?" The boy jumped down from the back of the blue cow and landed steadily on the ground, raising his head to look at Chang Ling sincerely. She hesitated for a moment, and finally whispered, "Have you ever seen a young man Yenxian here, the kind with very unique charm, unforgettable at a glance?" Hearing this, the boy grinned. "I have never seen it before. I said that since I have spiritual knowledge, there are only me and a green bull here, and there are no other immortals." Chang Ling was speechless. She wanted to refute, proving that there was more than Qingniu boy here, but she felt unnecessary. She smiled reluctantly. "If this is the case, then I will bother you. I will go and look for it alone." After Chang Ling finished speaking, he nodded slightly, then moved on. The boy turned his head, looked at the figure going away, and said, "I'll look for it with you." Chang Ling just wanted to decline, but found that Qingniu had come to her, raising her hair and making a heavy voice, as if urging her to move forward. Moo! She was helpless, but seeing that the Qingniu boy was innocent, she decided to go with her. Wanggu, Yunyan can't disperse in the vast world. Everything is deserted, occupied by ancient loneliness, and the years have long been meaningless. In it, only lonely companion. Mu, his body was stained with blood, and all his plain white uniforms were soaked. The thin and weak figure was shaky, and it seemed that he could fall down at any time, and was not up. However, he was extremely tenacious, and although he was faltering, he still moved forward firmly. Chong Ling followed closely, maintaining a short distance. She wanted to step forward to help, but she was a little afraid. Seeing that firm figure, the inherent impression deep in her heart has quietly changed. At the same time, she also had a lot of doubts in her heart. Xiao Dijuan didn't seem to be as perverse and violent as the rumors from the outside world. While Chong Ling was thinking wildly, he walked unhurriedly toward the depths of the wilderness. There was silence, only the green cow whispered. I don't know how long it took. A tianha blocked the way forward. The width of the tianha almost divided the desolate realm into two, the black and opaque tianha, like a silent void, for 10,000 years, is enough to swallow everything. Chong Ling also came to this boundless Tianhe River, her eyes a little dignified. And when she was thinking about how to cross the Tianhe River, Xiao Dijuan soared without hesitation and swept over the Tianhe River. Then the immortal body was far from recovering, and due to his dizziness, after spanning a distance of less than 100 miles, he plunged directly into the Tianhe. There is no splash of water, as if it is directly integrated into it. It is extremely curious. Seeing this scene, Chong Ling's body trembled, and in shock, too late to think, she also swept towards Tianhe. But an even more treacherous scene appeared. While she was almost stepping on the sky above the Tianhe, the immortal body was out of control, and the force in the meridians could not even be used at all. And the Tianhe under her body had an unspeakable and unrejectable suction force that made her unable to cross as a Dayan immortal. In an instant, she also stepped into the footsteps of Xiaoadigen and fell straight into the Tianhe without even a trace of splashes. There was a faint sigh from the shore, and the little boy riding on the back of the green cow shook his head with an old man in his eyes that did not match his appearance. Then, facing the boundless Tianhe, he rode down on a bull. The green cow raised his head and moaned, calm, and then his huge body swam above the water without sinking. It is like a Yi Guzhou moving forward in the Tianhe River. The little boy riding on the back of the green cow seemed to have taken it for granted, driving the green cow under him and slowly crossing. And when they passed the place where they fell, Qing Niu had dived, and then arched out a coma. The boy reached out and took it, then put Chong Ling, who had passed out, on the back of the cow, and continued on. After dozens of breaths, Xiao Daijian's figure was also found, and he was placed on the back of Qing Niu, like sitting in a lone boat, walking alone. At the end of the Tianhe River, at the end are barren mountains towering straight into the sky, full of desolation and aura. The green cow surfaced and then stood on the shore. The little boy patted its horns, turned around and waved his hand gently, and placed Xiao Dijuan and Chong Ling on the ground. Chapter 5042. Wan Dao Jianzun. They all drowned in the Tianhe, passed out, and seemed unable to wake up for a short time. Sitting on the back of Qing Niu, the little boy stared at them and let out a faint sigh. Then he stretched out his little hand and touched Qing Niu's neck. There was a black and silver collar. He took off the collar between Qing Niu's neck and then waved to Xiaoadigen. The collar shrank in the wind, and when it fell by Xiao Daijian's side, it had become the size of a bracelet, and it was placed between his wrists. After doing all this, the little boy stopped staying, and with his legs clamped into the belly of the cow, he buckled and swam into the Tianhe. Everything returned to death again. I don't know how long it took. Chong Ling, who was lying on her back on the shore, woke up first. Her beautiful eyes were full of lingering panic. When she saw that she had escaped from the danger and went ashore, She let out a sigh of relief. Well, the emperor? At this moment, Xiao Dijuan was lying on her side. His handsome and enchanting face was stained with blood, which added a bit of coldness, loneliness, and weakness. Chong Ling swallowed, subconsciously, then stretched out his slender palm, preparing to put him in a comfortable position. But when her palm was about to meet Xiao Dijuan, he suddenly opened his eyes. With her eyes facing each other, Chong Ling's face turned red, and she quickly retracted her palm. No, it's not what you think. Glancing at her coldly, Xiao Dijuan stood up on the ground, and then said in a deep voice, "Recognize your position. You are just a candidate for heavenly official. Don't do anything out of the ordinary." Chong Ling was stunned. Deep in the bottom of her eyes there was humiliation, and the water filled her eyes. No matter what she was, Xiao Dijuan got up and swept directly into the depths of the Great Barren Mountain. The barren hills are silent, standing like a demon god. For some reason, Xiao Dijuan suddenly had a strong and familiar intuition which could not be said, but it made his heart beat faster. In the dark, he realized that he was getting closer. Barren mountains are full of clouds, and clouds are piled up. He has never been so anxious at this moment. Even if the fairy body is still on the verge of breaking, he will go forward with all his strength. The barren mountains were left behind, but more barren mountains stood in front of them, covering everything. "Wushuang, Jian Wushuang dash," he simply screamed. His voice circled in the barren mountains. As if sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, the spirits have fallen into the ethereal forever. On the top of the most central mountain, a figure imprisoned by tens of thousands of chains of chi luck slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were chaotic and dark red, like sleeping endless years, full of desolation and ancient silence. He heard familiar voices and familiar names. "Jian Wushuang, this name. Why, I have a familiar feeling." The figure bound by the chain was confused and puzzled. He felt that the divine thoughts in his mind were fragmented, his memories were fragmented, and everything was just vaguely remembered. But the next moment, the situation faded away. Accompanied by the appearance of a thin body covered in blood, his broken mind memory began to vibrate violently. "No, Wushuang." His figure trembled, almost tottering, but stood firmly in the void. His true eyes were all incredible. And Chong Ling, who rushed to the scene later, screamed inwardly when she saw this scene, with incredible eyes. This scene is too shocking and too depressing. On the top of the sacred mountain, nearly 10,000 black gold chains containing supreme luck hanging from the void firmly bound a figure. The intertwining of luck and luck caused him to be imprisoned in numerous barren mountains. Weizun Academy, the corners of Xiadaijin's eyes trembled slightly. Then he didn't pause anymore and swept forward directly. However, at the same time, nearly 10,000 chains were blooming at this moment, and they were actually isolating all external forces. Standing outside the barrier, Xiao Dijuan slammed into the barrier with heavy fists, trying to break it open. Jian Wushuang, who was trapped by the chain of qi luck, also looked at him again and asked, "Who are you?" His figure was shocked, and only unbelievable remained in his eyes. Don't you remember me?" A painful blankness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the divine mind memory in his mind had become fragmented during that battle. Therefore, although he still retains his memory, it has become fragmented and cannot be connected together at all. Facing Xiadaijin, he only had an impression, but he couldn't recognize it at all. "You are my old friend." The corner of Xiadaijin's eyes trembled, and a touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. "Why don't you remember me?" Chong Ling also came to the enchantment, looking at Jian Wushuang, who was imprisoned by countless chains. She also thought of the one in the emperor's dojo, who frustrated King Shan's Jian Wushuang. The two are in a miserable situation in comparison. Only shock and sadness remained in her eyes. Jian Wushuang stopped talking. His chaotic and dark red real eyes slowly closed. The chain of luck that bound him was made up of Emperor Qiyun Avenue, and it was impossible to break it. Outside the barrier, the little emperor who was less than 10 steps away from him, his eyes gradually became firm. "It'll take you away." He only said this sentence, and then tried his best to smash the barrier. Chong Pei's soft sword has been lost, and he simply turned his palm into a fist and smashed it with one punch. But with the power of cultivating immortals, how could it be possible to destroy the emperor's luck? Divine blood splashed, and his palm had already been broken in this bombardment after another. And Chong Ling couldn't bear to watch any longer, and wanted to bombard the enchantment together. "Get away!" Xiao screamed in anger, and only cold eyes looked at her. She clenched her silver teeth and finally backed away sadly. Drinking back Chong Ling, he continued to bombard the enchantment as if he didn't know the pain and was tireless. But his power before the emperor's luck was so insignificant that he didn't even leave a trace. "Give it up, you can't break it," Jian Wushuang said slowly, without waves in his eyes. Boom! The last punch fell. The fist bones were directly broken. The fairy bone stubble broke through the skin, and the hideousness was exposed. The spirit is dripping with blood, spilling into the void. Xiao entire right fist was shattered, calm, but his face was expressionless. The blood of the gods gurgled along the palm of his hand, and then quietly gathered in his wrist. In an instant, the black and silver bracelet bloomed with warmth and radiance, and the dusty lines on it were soaked by the blood of God, thus lighting up. That pattern, like a barren mountain with a sea of clouds and a sea of sudden waves, is magnificent and cannot be looked at directly. Infiltrated by the blood of Xiao, the lines were completely unsealed, and the entire black and silver bracelet turned dark red. Then it detached from the wrist and soared into the void. The inexhaustible strands of dazzling, like the purest and ultimate tassels, spilled over the top of the sacred mountain. It seems that the ancient big bell is ringing from the four fields, and the loud sound is heavy so that the spirit is clear. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 5043. Wan Dao Jian Zun the bracelets of introverted barren mountains and sees cast endless gorgeous charm. At this moment, the enchantment condensed by the emperor's luck was shattered and then collapsed. As the enchantment collapsed, nearly 10,000 chains of qi luck were trembling. Jian Wushuang raised his head, his dark red true eyes staring at the mysterious bracelet in the void above his head. He could feel that the chains of the emperor that bound him began to loosen. Xiao Dijuan never stepped back. Watching this scene nervously, he also had an intuition that all restrictions were dissipating. Wow! As the sea rolls up, the waves recede. All the chains of luck are trembling and vibrating. Next, all the chains were broken. The void trembled, and the mountain shook. And at the same time that all the chains of qi luck shattered, the bracelet hovering in the void began to shrink rapidly and shrank and landed in front of Jian Wushuang. As before, the bracelet was directly placed between his wrists. The world was silent, and an unprecedented surging air flow erupted from Jian Wushuang's body. That is Emperor Luck. It belongs to Emperor Zen was broken, and sleeping luck. Dash. He exhaled in pain, and the entire fairy body was once again covered by the terrifying emperor's luck. Under the impact of this air luck, Xiao Dijuan and Chong Ling were directly shaken back, unable to get close at all. The entire dim and barren wasteland was illuminated. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was in pain, and the pain was extreme. He felt the immortal body shattered inch by inch, and was reshaping extremely quickly. In his round pupils, The dark red chaos and clear light were constantly alternating, and the fragmented divine thoughts were also difficult to reshape. This process is destined to be painful and long. Jian Wushuang stumbled. The bright fairy body was out of control and slammed into the sacred mountain. Boom! The general situation erupted, and the barren mountains were crushed and collapsed. The wasteland was trembling and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Dijuan swept forward. Chong Ling gritted his teeth and followed immediately among the broken barren hills. He saw Jian Wushuang lying in the gravel. He rushed over, shaking his body, and then reached out to help him up. Although the generative power was exhausted, Xiao Dijuan released the generative power to repair Jian Wushuang's broken fairy body. After 10 breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. The chaos in his eyes was no longer, and Qingming was replaced. Little Emperor, why are you here? Little Emperor smiled, tiredly. Pick you away. Jian Wushuang wanted to say something, but he was already at the end of the crossbow, and he passed out directly. Get a good night's sleep. Everything is over after you sleep. Then Xiao Dijuan bowed his back and left the barren mountain. Chong Ling stood still, staring at the disappearing figure in a daze. For fields are full of broken rocks, surrounded by endless loneliness. Tianya said the long wind is gentle and the force flows. The boundless breeze blew up her long hair and clothes, drifting leisurely. How long have I been away? Already more than 15,000 years. For a long time. Soon, I thought you would never come back if you left. This time, come back and stay longer. The conversation stopped there, and there was no response. Xiao Dijuan turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang, who had fallen asleep again, and smiled helplessly. In a long pavilion covered with fairy grass, Wei Liujia with moist eyes is sitting in the pavilion, holding a star in his hand, closing his eyes and thinking. In front of him, there was a trigram image of hundreds of stars circulating on the basis of the void. He is constantly deducing. Every hundreds of breaths, he opened his eyes and placed the stars in his hands in the hexagrams on the chessboard. This has been going back and forth for thousands of years. And beside Wei Liujia, there was a big man who looked like a mountain, snoring loudly. This big man was Fengshan. Wei Liujia completely regarded him as nothing, but he concentrated on deducing the chessboard hexagrams. He has deduced for thousands of years, but still can't feel where that breath is now. And as the years go by, that breath has become weaker and may even disappear at any time. This was not a good sign, but Wei Liujia didn't believe it. He still deduced it over and over again. Even though the hexagrams were different every time, he still never gave up. But this time, a gleam of doubt flashed in his opened eyes. Because at this moment, all the stars in the Xinglua chessboard in front of Wei Liujia were slowly moving, and they began to inject weak energy into the most central strand of divine energy. Fengshan, the hexagram image seems to have changed. Fengshan groaned, then changed his posture and fell asleep, completely ignoring Wei Liujia, who was already shocked to the extreme. Snapped. The stars at his fingertips fell, and everything returned. In the ethereal space of the fairy clouds, the huge hall built on the foundation of a whole heaven is extremely magnificent, and accompanied by a Wei Yanxian gathering here, there is a tendency for thousands of immortals to come to the dynasty. Beneath the clouds, the 4 characters, eternally unparalleled, clearly stated that this is an auction house, a well-known auction house in thousands of domains. Here, it is enough to see the most treasures that Yanxian all coveted. And even there are exquisite pills that cannot be exchanged for all the resources of the universe. Every 500 years, one Gu Wushuang will open it once, and every time it opens, it will set off a storm, and even a superb pill will be involved in a battle of more than 10 heavens. Every time Wangu Wushuang is opened, it is also equivalent to the revelation of great opportunity, except for the exquisite pill that the Lord of the Sky can only look up to. There are countless rare treasures flowing out. This is a great opportunity for every Xian, and even the eternal unparalleled auction house has developed so far. It is considered a privilege to be invited to the Xian. Among them, there is no lack of the Lord of the Heavens who came personally to get a glimpse of the exquisite pill. Wangu Wushuang Auction House has grown into a giant with complex foundation after nearly 20,000 years of development. At one time, many Tianyu coveted the supreme treasure in eternal warriors and tried to forcibly win the treasure. But overnight, they all disappeared. Together with all the creatures in the heavens disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated. After the disappearance of nearly 20 heavenly domains that tried to destroy the eternal unparalleled, all the heavenly domains fell silent, and no one dared to pay attention to them. The masters of the heavens on each side are the immortals who have lived for endless years. Although they don't know the details of this auction house, they are no longer arrogant, because just from the appearance, it is the three deep-powered immortals who control the eternal unparalleled, and it is rumored that one of these three immortals is about to break through the Dian immortal. Chapter 5044. Wan Dao Jianzun. Although there are only 3 evangelists with only the strength on the bright side, all the masters of heaven with a clear mind would never think so. Because all the heavenly masters who were not clear about their brains and wanted to swallow this colossal behemoth had long since disappeared without a trace in the past 20,000 years. No one Yanxian knows that after 20,000 years of development, the hidden strength of the Wangu Wushuang auction house will be so intertwined, because from the point of view of the behavior style that destroyed several celestial planes in one night, it was already a behemoth that surpassed ordinary celestial planes. In 20,000 years, no Yanxian or even the Lord of Heaven dared to challenge it. After all, auction houses like this are the most unbreakable reason for bidding the treasure. With the passage of time, Wangu Wushuang Auction House has gradually changed from accepting transactions of celestial crystals to only accepting transactions of Black Mountain crystals. And the final finale of the Emperor Pin Pill, the Heishan spar needed, was only low in price and reached an incredible level. Even if it is the master of the heaven who controls 3 or 5 heavenly planes, all the resources of his heaven will not necessarily be exchanged for an emperor-grade pill. Therefore, except for the first time, there were only a handful of D-pin pills that flowed out of the auction house in 20,000 years. This is also the reason why some heavenly masters are willing to attack the auction house desperately, because they can't afford it. But fortunately, in addition to trading with Black Mountain Spar, the Wangu Wushuang auction house also supports bartering, and even the most precious treasure. And this is why a lot of Yanxian can't get a huge amount of Heishan spar, but they still want to enter the auction house because they hold the treasure, they can exchange it for the treasure of the same value. This is a feast, a chance. At the beginning of another 500 years, Wangu Wushuang auction house has already opened. It opened the gates of the temple widely, and the invited immortals came one after another, and many of them had the Lord of Heaven personally come just to get a glimpse of the exquisite pill that only the eternal unparalleled had. The gate of the palace opens, and the eternal fairy comes. The auction house established on the basis of the entire Tianyu has gone through several changes, and it has long been magnificent to the extreme, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of top repairers and immortals sitting together. The heavenly palace is almost made of all kinds of precious jade and warm jade. It is magnificent, from the original 3-story to 5-story, with strict order. The Yanxian and Dingxiu of the ordinary sects are located on the first floor, and some hidden sects, or the large sects that control a lot of heaven, are divided into the second floor. As for the upper level, There are the masters of the heavens, the masters of the heavens, and the masters of the heavens who have had several or even dozens of transactions. Only the highest layer is in a dusty state. No Yanxian knows whose position it belongs to, and few Yangxians care about it. They come here just to get a treasure. Under the guidance of a row of maids, a total of thousands of Yanxian have entered the Eternal Warriors auction house, waiting to be opened. As the atmosphere in the hall gradually warmed up, a spring breeze softened the jade, and the beautiful fairy with outstanding posture appeared, and finally stood in the center of the hall. The candidate fairy who was abducted from Tianting by Chen Qing earlier, named Qingling, has been presided over at the Wangu Wushuang auction house for nearly 20,000 years and has become an indispensable scenery. With her appearance, the auction officially began. My elders, it is the beginning of another 500 years. With a new look, there are 40 items in the Eternal Warriors auction this time, of which they must be. Along with the crisp sound resounding in the temple, all the Yanxian who took the seat became concentrated and listened quietly, and in the space around the third floor, it was faintly flooded with undercurrents. Is there any confirmation? A more refined and easygoing voice sounded in the dim space. Immediately afterwards, a figure was hidden to the extreme, like a lingering black shadow, bowed and said in a low voice, "There is certain news. There are indeed 2 pills containing that kind of luck at the finale of the lot." Only, just what? It's just that these 2 pills have already been booked by Gu Haicheng. Scheduled? Do they have the strength? The elegant and easygoing voice was cold and disdainful. You need to know which one, but ask for a whole Black Mountain spar. Even if their background is too deep, they can come up with this. More things? Hearing this, the black shadow said in a low voice, "My son, have you forgotten that 10,000 years ago, when 10 masters of heaven tried to destroy the Eternal Warriors auction house, the old guys in Guhai City secretly helped and protected this place?" An elegant and easygoing voice sounded again. "Oh, I have forgotten this, but with the help of one shot that 10,000 years ago, I am afraid it is not enough to take 2 pills. The black shadow whispered, "I'm afraid. It's already a certainty. The sun of the ancient sea city I was watching before is already a winner, and I am determined to win. I am afraid this time." Okay, stop talking. The voice changed from lazy and refined and became a little cold and decisive. After that, he slowly got up, the gold, blue, and silver paintings intertwined on his costume, which was indescribably deep and magnificent. There is a surging force surging around. Under the warm and lunar-like light, he is quite decent and handsome. Before the final result is settled, everything is false. I really want to see what he is capable of in the ancient seas, and can swallow 2 pills. At the same time, in the same space on the third floor, a figure of the same magnificent figure is sitting on a jade chair, with its head propped on its palm, looking boredly at auction after auction. As we all know, in fact, the auctions of Wangu Wushuang auction house are relatively boring because the unsold rate of each piece of treasure is extremely high. After almost one auction, Com might not even sell even 10 treasures. And even if it is the most treasured auction, there is a high probability of bartering for it, because the price of the treasure here has reached an incredible level, and it can only be traded with Black Mountain spar. You should know that the Black Mountain spar, which contains abundant derivation and even weak luck, is too extravagant to be used as currency. However, the only designated currency of Wangu Wushuang auction house is Heishan spar, which has led to the extremely high rate of auctions of the treasures, and the reason why the form of bartering has become more popular. This situation has not changed since 10,000 years ago. Therefore, all kinds of reasons are added to everything, which led to the most boring auction in the Wangu Wushuang auction house. Chapter 5045. Wan Dao Jianzun as the most prestigious young man in ancient Sea City, he was naturally not interested in such a complicated auction. But he came anyway, not for anything else, just to meet the real guy. He had already heard that in the entire vast expanse of the Great Division, there were only ways to make the immortal feel and even break through the shackles, only the exquisite pill in the eternal unparalleled auction house. Regarding this exquisite pill, all the gods know very little or even know nothing, but judging from the pill that spread tens of thousands of years ago, it is terrible. The Tianyus who first received this kind of pill have even been rumored that the shackles that broke through Yenxian are beginning to loosen. This undoubtedly adds to the madness of the rest of the universe and even the immortal. They have endless life, but they have to endure the cage that cannot break through their own shackles, which is undoubtedly cruel. But now, this upward path has a way again. Although it is still an extravagant hope, all the immortals are trying to give it a try. The final auction is the heart of all the gods, and even the masters of the heavens. At this moment, the young man from Guhai City didn't have the slightest worry, as if the result was doomed and the winning ticket was in hand. What he has to do now is go through a cutscene, 40 pieces of the most treasured lot. As the unsold rate is close to 90%, the progress is extremely fast. Often after Qingling has introduced a treasure, she will continue to introduce the next treasure like a rush. At this rate, the 40 treasures can be introduced without consuming at most 10 hours. As time passed, all the first 20 treasures were sold, and the real finale wait has just begun. In the next period of time, Yenxian finally made a bid. After nearly 20,000 years of precipitation, the vast quantity and high quality of the treasures in the Wangu Wushuang auction house have reached an unprecedented level. There are rumors that Wangu Wushuang auction house is already the richest existence in the entire Big Division. Looking at the most mysterious treasures, one by one, this made the masters of all heavens begin to hold their breath and become nervous. Finally, the treasure came to the 38th story. It is a foreboding that the whole temple is silent and the undercurrent is surging. The finale has always been the exquisite pill that is only available in the Wushuang auction house. And the 39th treasure, it heralds the climax. At this moment, all the powerhouses on the 3rd floor all got up and looked at the center of the hall. Even young master Gu Haicheng, who had been sitting on the jade chair for a long time, suddenly stood up, looking down nervously between his brows. Qingling smiled slightly, and between her slender palms, a black box of shamwood appeared. And with the appearance of this black box of mellow wood, with Qingling as the center, a strong medicinal effect instantly swept the entire temple. This is a strange fragrance. My lords, this is the 39th lot. It is a Tsang Liandan and contains majestic luck. If you accept it, you will surely break through the shackles and become the emperor within 10,000 years. And if you accept it, you will realize that you can break through the shackles of the day and make a breakthrough. This Tsang Liandan has an initial price of 600 million Heishan spar. Qingling smiled, and after saying these last words, waved to open the black box. In an instant, the supreme colorful brilliance burst out, and they were connected to each other to form a rainbow shadow, which swayed and enveloped the entire temple. The pill in the box is in the color of transparent glaze, which is introverted and has great luck circulating in it. Seeing this scene, all the immortals were moved. Even the Lord of Heaven could not take it lightly. This Tsang Lian pill was too terrifying, basically equivalent to a guarantee for a fairy, and the upper limit broke through the day. Read novels. Every day, the base price of 600 million Black Mountain spar is enough to explain the terrible pill. Chang Yangxian's face was sad. They had already lost the bidding qualifications, such a terrible reserve price. even in the history of Wangu Wushuang auction house, is extremely rare. I'm afraid that even the Lord of the ordinary heavenly territory can't come up with so many black mountain spars. In the Temple of Heaven, there was a brief dead silence. But this dead silence only lasted for a few interest periods before it was broken by a bid. 600 million. There was an uproar all around. All the immortals were shocked, and then all looked at the place where the sound was made. There was the third layer, surrounded by a vast layer of power barrier, extremely secretive. The bidding sound is full of breath, full of the general trend of the superior. Almost at the same time, another low bid sounded, 610 million. The bidding has not gone down yet, and a lazy and elegant voice has completely kicked off the bidding. 600 million, 50 million. The Temple of Heaven was noisy in a low voice, 650 million black mountain spar. This was an unimaginable number, almost piled up into a hill, but it was understated as a bargaining chip right now. 700 million. The puffy voice shocked the audience again. Qing Ling, who was holding the black box of mellow wood, was also completely shocked. She knew very clearly that the reason why the pill had such a high reserve price was to prevent competing offers. But she never expected that such an incredible price would start competing for quotations. 710 million, 730 million, 800 million. The smile on Qing Ling's face was already stiff, and the situation began to a little bit beyond her imagination. Immediately afterwards, her gaze was more secret. She looked at the most central space on the third floor. Damn it, who is this against us? The young man who came from Geheiqing's expression was already dignified and cold. Behind him are 10 Yenxian followers. Then an old man took a step forward and said, "My son, he is from Shangjuanzong." Shangjuanzong? Just rely on them. Dare to bid. He was already on the verge of anger. The ancient sea city encompassing 13 heavens and 600 million Heishan spars are already the limit. At the moment, the price of 800 million yuan has exceeded too much, so that the Gu Haiqing son who had the winning ticket felt worried and tremendous pressure. If such an offer continues, he absolutely cannot bear it. My son, if you continue to report, I'm afraid the foundation of our universe will be shaken. The elder Yenxian behind him was already a little anxious to persuade. In that case, let this pill be out. He shook his head and said, his eyes full of sullenness. Next, such a Tsang Liandan was finally photographed at a price of 800 million yuan. A look of helplessness flashed through the depths of Qing Ling's eyes. You must know that this Emperor Pin pill should belong to Geheiqing Tianyu. But everything changed, and the Emperor Pin pill was finally photographed by the owner of that energetic voice. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 5049. Unbelievable quote, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5046. Wan Dao Jian Zun 39 treasures have passed, and in the end, only one treasure remains. And this last treasure is also a Tsang Liandan. Qing Ling held it in her palm, and even before she could quote the reserve price, she was immediately preempted by a lazy and elegant voice. 7 billion. The Temple of Heaven was in a complete uproar, and all the immortals and even the Lord of the heavenly territory stared at the third layer of space, directly higher than the reserve price by 100 million. This is equivalent to telling the rest of Yenxian in disguise that this last Song Lian pill is bound to be obtained. Qing Ling's expression became tense. She knew that the quoter was not Gu Haiqing, but Shang Juanzong. Boom. In the space that belonged to the visitors from ancient Sea City, the young man was furious and directly smashed the jade chair beside him. Is Shang Juanzong looking for death? Master, we can't give up this last pill. Elder Yen Xian said nervously. You don't need to remind, he shouted in a deep voice, and then offered an offer, 750 million. Then the lazy and elegant sounded again. 800 million. The eternal warrior auction house was dead, and all the gods, and even the masters of the heavens, looked towards the third layer of space. This is just one round of quotation, which directly exceeds the price of the last pill. But this is not the end, but the beginning. 830 million. 850 million. 880 million. 900 million. The hall was completely silent, and all Yen Xian showed an unspeakable expression after hearing this number. The price of 900 million has completely exceeded the transaction price of the last Emperor Pin pill by 100 million. 100 million Heishan spar is enough to be used for hundreds of millions of years, even longer. This is beyond imagination. At this moment, the space of the visitors from ancient Sea City was completely agitated. It was the sun who was holding the winning ticket, but he was firmly suppressed by this price. At the 13th horizon of ancient Sea City, the Heishan spar that can be mobilized is only 800 million at most, but the price of this Emperor Pin pill has already far exceeded 800 million, reaching as much as 900 million. Although the sun was angry, everything was helpless. His chest rises and falls, his eyes can't hide his loss. And at this moment, the Yanli enchantment swayed in layers, and then a maid stepped into the space. She gave a slight salute and said softly, Master Cui has something to say. You just need to quote, no matter how high the price. In the end, this pill belongs to your ancient Sea City. The son of Gu Haicheng was shocked. His expression changed from the initial anger to relief. Then, the elder Yen Xian next to him folded his hands and said, In this way, Lord Laotrai has bothered, and I am grateful for the 13 heavens in ancient Sea City. The maid nodded and walked away. The son was relieved, looked at the expression in the center of the hall, and returned to the state of holding the winning ticket. Billions! The hall turned from dead silence to noisy, and they were all shocked. 1 billion bids. This has broken the 20,000-year transaction price of Wangu Wushuang Auction House. And this is not the end. Huahan College, just when all Yen Xian thought that the final transaction price was 1 billion, the space that had been silent for a long time quoted the price again. 1 billion. The immortals can no longer express their expressions. They can imagine the one. 1 billion Black Mountain spar. 2 billion. The crisp and neat quotation once again hit the minds of the immortals. My son, you can't make any more prices. The price that the sect can bear is 2 billion, and we can no longer bid. In the third layer of space, the shadow whispered, anxious in his words. Standing with his hands in his hands, the young man dressed in gold, blue, and silver-painted Chinese clothes slowly closed his eyes. 2 billion, 2 billion, that's 2 billion. You said, can they get so many Black Mountain spars? Hearing this, the black shadow whispered, Go back to the sun. Let's give them the pills for the time being this time. Let's come again in 500 years. By then, we only need half the price to get one. But am not reconciled. The young man sighed. In the middle of the hall, Qing Ling breathed a sigh of relief without any trace. The last time he bid 2 billion, it was from Geheiqing. This also means that her goal has been achieved. If this is the case, then this last Song Lian Dan was held by the 13th heaven domain of Guhai City. Without finishing a sentence, ripples suddenly appeared on the third floor. Then the enchantment retreated, and more than 10 Yangxians of Shang Juanzong stepped down into the air and came to the center of the hall. Seeing this, Qing Ling hurriedly put away the black box of wood in her heart, stepped back and looked at the visitor vigilantly. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen Yangtzeans from Guhai City also swiftly walked through the air, standing on the opposite side of Shang Juanzong. With his eyes facing each other, young Master Gu Haicheng said coldly, "Why, the bidding is not successful. Do you want to grab it?" The young son of Shang Juanzong smiled slightly when he heard the words, "No, no, you have misunderstood this. I'm here just to verify one thing." After he finished speaking, he looked at Qingling. "Girl Qingling, I want to verify something." "Of course it can." Although Qingling was a little confused, she nodded. "The thing I want to verify is whether his ancient sea city can take out 2 billion Black Mountain spar. If it can't, what should he do?" As soon as this word came out, the hall became noisy again. All the elders of Guhai City changed their expressions and became nervous. In this auction, the Black Mountain spar they brought was only 800 million, and it was impossible to come up with 2 billion at a time. Right now, facing such persecution, they have no solution at all. The son of Guqinghai looked cold, as if trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing this change, the young son of Shang Juanzong smiled secretly. "Oh, can't you get it out?" Then he turned his head to look at Qingling. "Girl Qingling, what should I do if I can't bid the corresponding price?" Qingling's expression changed. She also knew the seriousness of this kind of thing, and she didn't dare to speak out. The next moment, a bohemian voice resounded and quieted the whole noisy hall. "How is it possible that the corresponding bid can't be offered?" Gu Haicheng boy continue. All Yanxian looked up and saw a figure wearing a black gold uniform stepping down into the air. With a wave of his palm, a bag fell into the air. The son of Gu Haicheng smiled and directly raised his hand to take the bag. Seeing the appearance of this figure, all Yanxians whispered. They all knew clearly that this guy wearing a black and gold uniform and looking awkwardly beaten up was the third in command of the Wangu Wushuang auction house, Chui Jing. His sudden appearance at the moment made the situation serious again. All the Yanxians in Shang Juanzong took a step back slowly. The young son narrowed his eyes, and his expression became more subtle. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Favorites below to record this, Chapter 5050, Tit for Tat, Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5047. Wan Dao Jianzun. For nearly 20,000 years, the rumors about Chui Jing, the third in charge of the Wangu Wushuang auction house, have already overshadowed the other two. Nothing else, all because of bloodthirsty and warlike. After 20,000 years, Wangu Wushuang auction house has long since become an existence above the universe, and even the background of some super universe is incomparable, because it is the background of the Emperor, the background of the Emperor of the Six Crows, that supports the Eternal Warriors auction house. One Emperor pin pill is enough to drive the mobilization of a super universe. As the third in command of the Wangu Wushuang auction house, Chui Jing, his bloodthirsty and belligerence have been proved in the battle 10,000 years ago. Facing the offensives of several super universes and dozens of immortals, he fought battles to the last moment, and he stubbornly supported the reinforcements. And when the injury had not fully recovered, he was alone, and the Starry Night rushed to help, destroying the two super universes with his own power. Among them, more than 10 Yanxian, as well as countless Dingxiu creatures, all died in the void and escaped. He cut off the heads of the two heavenly domain masters and brought them back to the eternal, unparalleled world together with their immortal sources for auction, with a reserve price of 1 heaven crystal. That is to say, from that battle, nearly 100 heavens have known Chui Jing's name. Right now, he was standing in the middle of the temple with his black and gold uniforms floating around, looking at Shang Juanzong with a smile. All Yanxian looked at Cui Jing's gaze, unconsciously feeling the coolness in his neck, and the head auction that took place 10,000 years ago seems to be vivid. My son, hurry up. The elder Yanxian was extremely nervous and urgent. He didn't know how much the Wangu Wushuang auction house had, so avoiding Sanchi was the most important thing. However, Shang Junzong's son was still in a confrontational state. His clear eyes were extremely cold. Cui Jinglan was able to warn him and turned his head directly. Give the bag to Qingling and let her count. Young Master Gu Haicheng reacted, nodded hurriedly, and handed the bag in Qingling's hands. Qingling took it, opened the napkin to investigate for a while, then leaned slightly and said, My lord, there are exactly 2 billion black mountain spars in the bag, which is accurate. Cui Jing nodded when he heard the words, turned around and prepared to leave. But then a cold voice sounded. Wangu Wushuang is really a big deal. What I want to ask is the buyer of this pill Gu Haicheng or an auction house that is unparalleled in the past? The entire temple was silent, and all the gods and the masters of the heavens stared at this scene. As long as Yanxian, who is not blind, can see that the 2 billion Heishan spar can only be sent out by the eternally unparalleled auction house. Even if ancient Sea City is a super universe spanning 13 horizons, it is absolutely impossible to have 2 billion black mountain spars. The result is self-evident. Moreover, there is another metaphor for Cui Jing's gift of 2 billion black mountain spar under the public. Cui Jing represents the Wangu Wushuang auction house. He dared to donate 2 billion black mountain spar in public, which shows that he is giving back to Gu Haicheng's help 10,000 years ago. This is also a signal to all the immortals present and the Lord of the Heavenly Territory. As long as they have helped Wangu Wushuang will naturally give back 10 times, 100 times. Therefore, this is a show without cover. Sister Literature Network, however, when the son of Shang Juanzong said it, it didn't look so good. Cui Jing stopped, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. He turned around and said in a low voice, Of course the purchaser of the pills is Gu Haicheng. Haven't you seen all of this? The Lord Shang Juanzong smiled, slightly when he heard the words. So it turns out, but Gu Haicheng bought the Heishan spar of Pill Maru. It seems that it was provided by Eternal Warrior, right? If it was provided by Wangu Wushuang, what is the point of releasing this pill? As soon as this remark came out, there was a noise in the temple. All the elders Yanxian in Guhai City had their dignified eyes, ready to fight at any time. Cui Jing smiled. This pill was indeed taken by Gu Haicheng. As for the Heishan spar, it was sent to the auction house by the elders of Gu Haicheng in advance. Why, don't you believe it? The noise faded away, and for Tat, I wait, how should I believe it? Shang Junzong's son said with a slight smile. At this moment, Cui Jing laughed wantonly. Why should I make you believe? I didn't say it to make you believe, but to tell you that you don't believe it. Lord Shang Junzong's eyes were clear for an instant, and a cold light burst out. My son, let's go. The elder whispered to persuade. This is an eternal, matchless person. Don't fall into dispute. The cold light in his eyes disappeared, and Lord Shang Juanzong suddenly smiled. It seems that this eternal, matchless place is not a clean place, filthy and messy. As soon as these words came out, all Yanxian looked horrified, and Shang Juanzong wanted to confront Wangu Wushuang. Cui Jing's expression was also cold for a moment, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart, and then looked at him. What's your name? All the elders of Shang Juanzong were shocked. One of the oldest elders directly trembled, and threw his hands over, Master Cui, my prince is still young and vigorous. If you run into an adult, please. Without finishing a sentence, Lord Shang Juanzong stopped him directly and then condensely said, "I am the son of Lord Shang Juan, Qin Tua." Qin Tua, it's a good name. Cui Jing suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. "It's just that. Do you think you should say this name yourself, or should it be engraved on your tombstone?" The Lord Shang Juanzong named Qin Tua heard this. His eyes condensed suddenly, and he couldn't help but step back. Cui Jing smiled disdainfully, and then he was about to leave in big strides. And Qin Tua, who realized his gaffe, felt that his face was lost in an instant, and he was angrily said, "What kind of thing are you? A small auction house. Dare I fight against Juanzong?" As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar, and more than half of Yanxian looked at Qin Tua meaningfully. Shang Juanzong is one of the top super universes in the entire big division domain. Okanshu, calm is indeed true, and it can almost sweep half of the ordinary universe. But this time, they hit the iron plate, a terrifying force that wiped out more than a dozen super universes 10,000 years ago, and the consequences were beyond their ability to contend. Cui Jing stopped his figure and wore black gold uniforms without any wind. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and hit Qin Tua's chest with a kick at an unimaginable speed. Boom! He flew upside down 10 feet, slammed his back heavily on the jade wall, and stopped the rout. The heavenly hall was dead, and all Yangxians were shocked. No Yanxian thought that Cui Jinghui kicked the son of Shang Juanzong without any scruples. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 5051, behind the scenes, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5048. Wan Dao Jian Zun falling this foot is equivalent to kicking on the face of the entire Shang Juanzong, and in front of so many masters of the universe, it is impossible to deal with the aftermath. But it was Cui Jing who kicked this kick. His bloodthirsty and belligerence made all the gods present, and even the masters of the heavens dare not fight to be the first bird. The elder Yanxian of Shang Juanzong reacted, daring to glare at Cui Jing without saying a word, and then flew to Qin Tua. "Young sect master." At this moment, Qin Tua changed his laziness and coldness. His eyes were only covered with humiliation and anger. The evolving power that belonged to the peak of elixir erupted, and instantly swept the entire temple. And the elders of Yanxian in Shengzhenzong were all bloody, seeing the humiliation of young sect master. They all showed their Yanli power and were ready to fight. All the fairy elders in Guhai City are also ready to go, unleashing their power and confronting each other. With black hair dancing wildly, Qin Tua was already on the verge of rage. Cui Jing was still smiling, but not smiling, as if watching a ridiculous thing. In the next moment, a more powerful and shocking force, like the torrent of the Tianhe River, suddenly came down from above the temple. This kind of derivation is extremely terrifying, and every celestial genius feels threatened at the moment of falling. And those with a slightly weaker stage will not even be able to operate freely. When the Lord of Heaven reacted, their complexions changed slightly, sitting on pins and needles, as if being targeted. When the fairy Yen who was hiding in the dark appeared, all the masters of the heavens breathed a sigh of relief. Chunqing was the one who released the power to overwhelm the heroes of the palace. He is the second in command of the entire Wangu Wushuang auction house. He was originally Yanxian, but in the battle 10,000 years ago, he realized his own immortal style and killed several superworld masters and let him be fight to become famous. There are rumors that he is only a short distance from Dianxian, and there are even rumors that he is already Dianxian. At this moment, as soon as he appeared, All the elders of Shangjuanzong were ashamed and did not dare to confront anymore. Ancient Sea City, which belongs to the same super-universe, is watching from the sidelines. If once the fight is really started, Shangjuanzong has no chance of winning. A group of clowns who dare to say that I am unparalleled and unparalleled, the voice with uncontrollable anger resounded from Chun Qing's mouth. He stepped down in the air. The real sword at his waist was already out of its sheath, with thousands of sword intent, hovering directly on the head of every elder Yanxian of Shangjuanzong without any worries. As long as Chun Qing's heart moves, he can directly hit them badly. Qin Tua retreated, already waking up from his anger. He knew soberly that Shangjuanzong had no chance of winning here. Chun Qing and Cui Jing stood up, all looking at them with a smile. At this moment, a Yanxian took a step forward, stood in front of Qin Tua, and said in a condensed voice, "Master Chen, Master Cui, there is no need to say such a death. The heavenly sect, who is waiting for one, may not have a day to meet in the future." "It's a joke. Are you threatening us with your momentum?" Chun Qing took a step forward with a deep and cold expression. "Ha said you have 1 Shangjuanzong or 10 Shangjuanzong, and you won't be able to make any climate. You..." The elder Yanxian was speechless for a while. His face was alternately blue and red, and he almost vomited blood from the mouth. However, Qin Tua, who was in a state of anger, calmed down. After taking a deep look at Chun Qing, Cui Jing, and the others, he directly led the elders away. Chun Qing did not stop them too much and allowed them to leave. Hot novels afterwards, young Master Gu Haiqing led a group of elders to give salutes with a lower and respectful posture. Gu Haiqing had no advantage over Shangjuanzong and could not even protect the Emperor Pin Pill at all. But after Wangu Wushuang stepped in, he not only pulled his face, but also let a D Pin Pill fall into the bag. This was already the optimal solution. Seeing this scene, all the immortals and the masters of the heavens in the heavenly hall showed a meaningful expression. Chun Qing smiled. "You don't have to be polite. No one can take away the one who promised you Ancient Sea City. What should be yours is yours." Qing Ling breathed a sigh of relief, secretly lamenting the disasters of Eternal Warriors Auction House. In an invisible place in the space at the highest level of the Wangu Wushuang Auction House, a thin but with impressive young man, Yanxian, slowly closed his eyes. He seemed extremely tired. As long as there was a moment of relaxation, he didn't want to open his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. The Wangu Wushuang auction, which opened in 500 years, has ended, and Yanxian and the masters of the universe have withdrawn in turn. Although it is over, the real undercurrent is about to begin. In the Wangu Wushuang auction house, the treasure one will be protected, and once you leave, you will not receive any protection. In the past 20,000 years, the killing of immortals and treasures has been constantly happening. Although the probability is small, it will also happen. After all, the treasure of the eternal unparalleled is enough to drive the immortal crazy. At this moment, all the people in the ancient sea city carrying the Emperor Pills have changed their faces, left the eternal unparalleled, and swept towards the endless void. They want to reach the ancient sea city as quickly as possible. After all, it has changed after Qi, and no one knows how many Yanxians are staring in the dark. At the same time, they have all prepared for the worst. The Emperor Pill is carried by the young sect master, and if there is an irresistible robbery, they will directly swallow the pill. A line of more than 10 evangelists, like meteors, are extremely fast, spanning large and small universes, and their figures are secret. But as they continue to move forward deep in the dim void, all the elder Yanxian in ancient sea city changed their complexion slightly and seemed to feel a great crisis. "No, young master, I'm afraid I will suffer an accident." The young man of Gehaching has a deep mood. At the next moment, it seemed to be to confirm all the elder's thoughts. The void that was originally dotted with boundless stars suddenly showed a dark red color. It was like scarlet lava cracking the void, forming hundreds of thousands of terrifying lines and overturning it. All the elder Yensian in Guhai City turned around and looked around. I saw a terrifying figure with crimson power flowing all over the body coming out of the void. Following his footsteps, the void oscillated, and the wind of the void was crushed into powder. Chin Tua. The sky is clear and bright, and the bright day hangs high. Two figures with powerful fairy rhyme flowing around their bodies, walking quickly through the clouds. It seems that there is something extremely important. Fengshan, who was like a sacred mountain meat shield, was still sleepy and seemed to fall asleep again at any time. And beside him was Wei Liujia, dressed in a black cloak of flowing clouds and anxious. Because he was too anxious, his right hand was between the two fingers, and there was even a bright star in between. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 5052, Void Robbery, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5049, Star Chess. Taking the stars as chess and obsession as the chessboard deduces the vitality of all things. At this moment, Wei Liujia has already deduced the most unlikely result. What he has to do now is to see the truth. Liujia, are you stunned? I am afraid that the eldest brother may not be back in 100,000 years. Didn't Xiao Dijuan say clearly at the beginning, the eldest brother will not come back again? Fengshan scratched his head and muttered as if he didn't want to believe it. After all, after 20,000 years, they were all forced to accept reality. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Wei Liujia, who rarely lost his temper, exploded his dirty mouth for the first time. Don't listen to him farting. Do you believe me or him? Ken, I must believe you. Fengshan scratched his head again. But are you really sure? We just have to take a look. Wei Liujia said in a condensed voice, I have a hunch that Brother Jian will definitely be in Ziyushan. Fengshan's body was shocked, and his figure jumped out in an instant. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. It has been more than 20,000 years since Jian Wushuang quietly left, and Xiao Gudian has been in dust for nearly 20,000 years. As the celestial official who had been rectified by the son of the second emperor, Zhao Ting quietly left thousands of years after Jian Wushuang had disappeared. But Chuanxiu, Chunqing, Cui Jing, Wei Liujia, Fengshan, the five have never left. Even if they instinctively told them Jian Wushuang will not return, they are still waiting. Wei Liujia created the Pavilion of Stars and performed deductions all day long, and Fengshan followed him closely. In the spring and autumn period, Chunqing, Cui Jing, and others have built the Wangu Wushuang auction house into a giant. Everything is changing. Only the grass and trees of Xiao Gudian are covered in dust, just waiting for that figure to return. Standing outside the immutable Ziyushan, Wei Liujia stopped, took a deep breath, and waved his hand to unlock the secret seal of circulation. Familiar scenes greeted my eyes, triggering endless reveries. Every plant and tree is as long as it was 10,000 years ago, with long ups and downs. In the next moment, both of his figures went straight to the center of Xiao Gudian. There, Jian Wushuang's temple. The temple is magnificent. Fairy rhyme flows, order flows, and nothing has changed. With the soles of the feet landing, Wei Liujia and Fengshan once again stood in the Tianjin Square after more than 10,000 years. Looking at the heavenly temple shrouded in smoke, Wei Liujia had a strong intuition for no reason. He raised his right hand, looked at the star in his palm, and then strode into the temple. The dust-covered Tianmen opens again, and everything remains the same. Wei Liujia stood outside the gate of the palace in a daze, with a slight backlash. Fengshan swallowed his throat and froze in place, not knowing whether to move forward or back. 6. Liujia, you said the boss is back. It looks like I was wrong. He spoke slowly, his eyes gloomy. In the palace of heaven, there is solemnity and order, and only Yangxian set foot. Fengshan, let's go. Wei Liujia turned around and was about to leave. Fengshan didn't say much, and they were ready to accept a result that would not produce results. The next moment, the order fluctuated, and the familiar voice quietly sounded. Liujia, Fengshan, you are here. Both of them trembled, stopped, and looked at each other. Then they turned around and looked, wearing a plain white shirt. Although his complexion was a little languid, his eyes were extremely attractive. He slowly walked out from the depths of the hall, smiling. Boss. Big brother sword. Get together again. And the last point of restraint disappears. Fengshan was the first to bear the brunt and rushed towards Jian Wushuang like a bull. Wei Liujia didn't let go either and followed him with a flash. Jian Wushuang only felt black in front of him, and he was almost squeezed into his arms to breathe. Stop, stop, I can't breathe anymore. This hug lasted for a long time, until Wei Liujia saw something was wrong and pushed Fengshan away so that Jian Wushuang would not be strangled. Big brother Jian, are you injured? Wei Liujia stared at Jian Wushuang. He was keenly aware of the changes. Coughing a few times softly, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. This is a long story. It's not easy to talk about it now. I will tell you about it in the future. Wei Liujia nodded. He vaguely knew that Jian Wushuang had left because he had gone to a dangerous place to search for Diqing. The injury he suffered now is probably inseparable from the dangerous place. But none of this is important. The important Jian Wushuang has come back with all his tales. This is more exciting than any news. Fengshan was extremely excited. Boss, wait here. I will call Qing and the others. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, No, it's not a big deal for me to come back. It won't be a big fanfare. You have your own things to do. Wei Liujia still wanted to say something, but at this moment, another figure walked out from the depths of the temple. The 6 eyes are facing each other, and the air is heavy. Wearing a plain suit and holding a jade bowl, Xiao Dijuan froze in place. His eyes trembled slightly. He had never thought that it would be such a scene. Besides Jian Wushuang, there are actually 2 Yangxians. For a while, he didn't know what to do, holding the jade bowl and froze in place. Wei Liujia and Fengshan came back to their senses and looked at Jian Wushuang meaningfully. Then Wei Liujia teased, Maybe we are not here at the right time. Jian Wushuang didn't know, so he shook his head and said, No, you are here at the right time. At this moment, outside the Temple of Heaven, bursts of violent skimming sounded. Then 3 powerful figures with fairy rhyme all around appeared. They are Qin, Chun Xiu, and Shui Jing. In the past 20,000 years, the mortal world has already gone through the sea, but for the immortals, it is just a light dream. They all smile when they face each other. Long time no see. Jian Wushuang waved and smiled. Just come back, brother Jian. Chun Qing strode forward and solemnly arched his hands. Chun Xiu and Shui Jing also stepped forward and solemnly bowed their hands. You don't need to be cautious. How did you know that I came back? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile, with a clear heart. Chun Xiu smiled slightly and pointed to his heart. Shui Jing also smiled. Brother Jian, you will be fine if you come back. Now, we finally don't have to worry about where you are. After nearly 20,000 years, they got together again, and all Yangtzeans laughed. Only the little emperor, who was holding the jade bowl, looked sad. After a while, he placed the jade bowl in his hand on the case slip on one side and turned to enter the depths of the temple. Seeing the familiar face, Jian Wushuang's state of mind was very good. You are both diligent in your respective realms. After a while, you should be able to set foot in the realm of Dian Immortal, right? Upon hearing this, they all looked at Chunqing. Chunqing is the longest existence in the realm of immersion and generation, and among them, apart from Jian Wushuang, he is the first to master the immortal generation. Chapter 50-50, Wan Dao Jianzun, only one line from Jianxian is his current situation. Seeing all eyes converging on him, Chunqing scratched his head and smirked. About 10,000 years ago, I had understood my own fairy style, but I am afraid that there is still a line of distance from Dian fairyland. This line of separation will probably have troubled me for a long time. Jian Wushuang heard the words, "Can't even those imperial-grade pills help you break through?" Chunqing said, "I have tried several times, but most of them have little effect. Although the D-pin pill is powerful enough to break through the shackles, it seems that there is some obstacle to making a breakthrough, which is very strange." Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but thought. Although he had realized the immortal style early, but due to his own reasons, he could not perceive the realm of cultivation leading to Dian Immortal. At the same time, he also thought that there was something wrong with the scarcity of Dian Immortals in this big division. Could it be that the upward road has been blocked? Then Jian Wushuang looked at Chunqiu and the others. The result was soon obtained. In addition to Chunqing, Chunqiu has also mastered his own fairy style. Fengshan had already realized the immortal style, although Cui Jing and Wei Liujia had not yet, but it was only a matter of time. This is already a force that cannot be underestimated. Even if it is some super universe in the big division domain, it may be difficult to fight. Jian Wushuang sighed, slightly. After thousands of years of development, they have all grown up. Although there is still a distance from Dian Immortal, they are already enough to gain a foothold in the big division. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little low, Cui Jing smiled and said, "Don't talk about it. Brother Jian is only coming back, and our brothers will pick up the dust for you first." As soon as this remark came out, Chunqing and the others clamored. "Brother Sword, the good wine I hid is waiting for today. Let's not get drunk or return today." Yes, I haven't seen each other for nearly 20,000 years. Let's not get drunk today. Never get drunk or return." Several sacred men directly clamped Jian Wushuang and almost lifted him up, and Jian Wushuang also smiled. After all, it took 10,000 years to get together, and it was already a long time. However, at this moment, a slightly cold voice came from the depths of the temple. "Don't drink. Other things are free." Jian Wushuang shrugged, and then signaled that he was still recovering from a serious illness. Chunqing and the others looked at each other, grinned, and then grabbed him and rushed directly to Wei Lujia's gazing pavilion. Stargazing Pavilion. It was a dome pavilion that Wei Liujia started to create after Jian Wushuang disappeared. It is more appropriate to say that it is a dome tower than it is to say that it is a small space that is large enough to hold everything. The Stargazing Pavilion was built by Wei Lujia's heart, and it is close to Xiaogyushan, like a corona, and thanks to the blessings of Chunqing and others, ordinary external forces can't forcibly break in at all. It is a top-secret place, and right now, in this stargazing pavilion, 6 evangelists gathered. Come and come, my wine is my favorite collection. I will never take it out during the normal season, but now is the best time. Above the eaves of the Guanqing Pavilion, 6 Yangtzeans sat on the eaves at will, looking far away, full of distant rivers and waters. With a meaningful smile on his face, Chen Qing took out a pot of fine wine from his waist. Error-free novel, although the hip flask is small, you can feel it when you start it, and it is no less than 10,000 caddies. Jian Wushuang didn't doubt that he was there. He raised his head and took a sip of the liquor, and his expression became weird. Even after nearly 20,000 years, he still tasted the liquor in the pot in one sip, which was exactly the same as the chewing wine he had encountered before. That was an interesting event in a mortal universe that he and Chen Qing passed through when they first rushed to the North Tianxiansu of young Master Imo. The so-called chewing wine is to chew the koji in the mouth of a beauty, make it ferment, and then form a unique and sweet wine. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang to know the doorway, then the liquor in this hand could indeed be called a fine wine, and it was comparable to Xianjiu. However, he happened to know the strangeness of this, so he didn't dare to take a second sip. At the same time, what made Jian Wushuang dumbfounded was that after nearly 20,000 years, the mortal universe may not know how many reincarnations have gone through, and Chen Qing still has so many chewing wines. Watching Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, and the others were all drinking, Jian Wushuang hadn't fully recovered from his injuries because of the excuse, so he could not drink, so he flashed aside. Standing on the roof of the stargazing pavilion, looking at the distant rivers and rivers in the distance, he was extremely happy. This side of the small world, except for the absence of spiritual aura, the rest are extremely suitable for practicing enlightenment. Jian Wushuang has even decided to sit here for a while. The clouds are rolling and the sun is bright, but at this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were quietly sharp for a moment. His gaze was steeped from the big sun in the clouds. The sun is bright and emits a soft color, but at the edge of the big sun, it exudes a slight reddish color, which is extremely strange. This light red color does not belong to generative power, and it has a certain power to confuse and cannibalize the state of mind. Although it is extremely small, it still makes Jian Wushuang aware of it for the first time. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand to dissuade Chen Qing and the others who were still drinking. "Have you found anything?" Following Jian Wushuang's fingers, Chen Qing, Chen Xiu, and others all looked at the big sun above the sky. Soon, their faces became weird. Tens of thousands of years of fighting, blood seas running, so that they are no longer comparable to ordinary celestial development. Naturally, their exploration of crises is far beyond ordinary celestial development. Chen Qing first came back to his senses and looked at Wei Liujia. "Liujia, this is your realm. You won't be targeted by anyone, right?" Wei Liujia looked blank. "No, I haven't been out for nearly 20,000 years, except for helping the eternal unparalleled." "Then what's going on with this vision?" Fengshan asked in confusion, rubbing his chin. Wei Liujia knew that it was not easy. Hurriedly started to play the star chessboard on the top of the Guanqing pavilion. One after another, the chess was settled, and the whole chessboard was shaking uneasily. Wei Liujia's complexion became increasingly ugly. Above the sky, the big sun was already covered by a kind of light red, bloodshot like a spider web. "It's not good. It's eternally unparalleled." Wei Liujia suddenly raised his head. His complexion changed drastically. "Fucking, there are still unrestricted daring to make unparalleled ideas now." Chen Qing burst out, already furious to the extreme. "Let's go." Chen Xiu let out a low cry, ready to rush to help. "Wait a minute." Jian Wushuang stopped them and said with a slight smile, "I will go and take a look with you." For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 5054, Dark Night is Coming, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5051. The void shattered and the stars returned. Everything is in silence. The 6 bodies, like meteors, shuttled through the void, galloping forward. The leaders are Chun-Ching and Chun-Chiu. Damn thing, what is this? Chun-Ching cursed with a gloomy expression. I saw that the more we moved forward, the more fragmented the void became, as if we had experienced an unprecedented battle. As far as the eye can see, they are all fragmented, and on the edge of the void crack, there is a depressive atmosphere flowing. That kind of breath was dark red, like a river of blood, unable to speak. Let me catch it, cramp and peel it, and bury it under the temple as a cornerstone. Cui Jing said fiercely, killing in the depths of his eyes. I hope eternal warriors will hold on for a while. Chun-Chiu was a little worried. The next moment, a weak wave swept from the depths of the void. Chun-Ching stretched out his hand to cover it, directly restrained the weak fluctuation, and then dragged it over. Gu, the ancient pavilion of Guhai City, seeing the figure that looked like a blood gourd in his hand, Chun-Ching was completely shocked to the point of indescribable. Gu-Ting? How could he make it like this? Cui Jingxiu stepped forward, and after seeing that it was Gu-Ting, he was equally shocked. It looks like it should have been intercepted halfway. Chun-Chiu frowned. Wei Liujia thought, I wonder if it will be Shang Juanzong. Look at him in large numbers and small ones. You see how I crush them into powder. Fengshan slammed his fists, shouting shockingly. At this time, Gyuting, the son of Geheiqing, who was being carried by Chun-Ching, woke up from his coma. As soon as he saw Chun-Ching and the others, he showed the look of the rest of his life, and his eyes were gloomy. Master Chen, the pills have been taken away, and all the elders of my ancient sea city have also fallen. Upon hearing this, Chun-Ching immediately sank and asked, Who did this? How about Wangu Wuxuan auction house? Yes, it's Shang Juanzong Qin Tua. Gu-Ting gritted his teeth and said bitterly, He has already rushed over here. Chun-Ching was furious, and Yanli surged, Damn, this guy is looking for death. But Chun-Chiu, who has always been extremely quiet, looked at Gu-Ting and said indifferently, Did you attract him? Gu-Ting trembled. Shock flashed in his eyes, and finally he said, Master Chun, we were intercepted and killed by Shang Junzong midway, and we were not able to return to the sky. Only if we escape back to eternal warriors can we have a ray of life. So far we have escaped here. I am the only one left. Chun-Chiu interrupted with a wave of his hand, and then said, This matter, Gu Haiqing will give an account in the future. What we need to do now is to obliterate Qin Tua, unparalleled. At this moment, the big sun above the sky has overturned and was replaced by a huge blood moon. The void is shattered, and several heavens have been destroyed. And the eternal unparalleled auction house built on a heavenly plane was already on the verge of destruction. A dark river of blood tore the earth, rushing wildly, swallowing all visible objects. The plane was shattering, and the behemoth at the center of the heavenly plane, the eternal warrior, was now surrounded by a river of dark blood. With Qingling as the leader, nearly 10 Yangtzean stationed here are resisting bitterly. She had just been promoted to the immortal, and her realm was not yet stable, so it was too difficult to bear such a terrifying shock. But she never stepped back, releasing her strength and resisting bitterly. What is even more frightening is that Qingling doesn't know who the enemy is, because this kind of heaven and earth vision appears almost instantaneously, and then everything becomes passive. The dark river of blood rushed freely, turning into blood dragons that shook the sky and the earth, rushing towards the heaven of the eternal unparalleled auction house. Damn, what are these things? Who would use this moment to move hands? Qingling gritted her teeth, already extremely angry. Beside her, a middle-aged Yensian also gritted his teeth and resisted. Fairy Qingling, you go first and quickly invite Master Chun and the others to come over. We will stand here for a while. Impossible. I'm leaving. I can't resist it anymore. Qingling shook her head resolutely. But if this continues, we must not be able to hold it. The middle-aged Yensian couldn't help but said, the long sword in his hand had been concealed by the dark blood stains, and the power was gone. That can't be retired. Qingling said quietly. Thousands of azure green horses burst out of her palm, turning into the strongest enchantment, covering the entire eternal unparalleled palace. Roar! There was a loud and thorough bang that tore through the chaos and darkness. The endless river of blood gushes from the depths of the earth, and it continues to condense into a 1 billion-meter-long snake. The thick blood dripped from the gaps in every scale, a pair of blood pupils, vertical pupils shining like a blood sun. It is too huge, even though the eternal unparalleled temple, it is a bit small in front of it. The order collapses, the universe is destroyed, everything is in chaos. At this moment, the Eternal Warrior's Heaven Palace is like Yi Guzhou struggling to support it, and it may capsize at any time. Of the nearly 10 Yensian who originally stationed here, 3 have already died. Facing the flood snake composed of a dark river of blood, all Yensian faces were ashes. As long as one round of the blood river hits, the Temple of Heaven will be unprotected. I'm afraid they can't resist. The middle-aged Yensian bit her teeth and looked at Qingling on the side, and he wanted to send her out of here. But the next moment, the sky of chaos trembles suddenly, followed by a burst of loud shouts. All Yanxians' eyes converged on the sky. There, a sacred mountain-like figure, like the afterglow of the setting sun, slammed heavily on the giant head of the snake. Boom! The blood burst out, and there was an incomparable dying explosion. The blood river flood snake roared wildly. Its entire head was almost penetrated, and one of its vertical pupil snake eyes was broken. The huge body weighed heavily in the river of blood. Quickly enter the hall. Qingling yelled, and the few remaining Yensian all entered the hall quickly, and then closed the gate of heaven. The blood river roared, and the plain of collapsed. The blood river flood snake that was pierced through its head fell heavily into the blood river, rolling up billions of blood waves, covering the sky and the sun. I think it is something. It turns out to be a chopstick, too. Fengshan shook his figure, shaking off the blood on his shoulders and spitting in disdain. But in this moment, Chun Qing's scream suddenly resounded. Fengshan, go back. Huh. Fengshan was puzzled and was about to speak, but was shocked to realize that a huge flood snake had condensed in the river of blood below him. It opened the mouth of blood that swallowed the sky and spit out an endless river of blood at Fengshan. Because this was so fast, Fengshan was already swallowed when Chun Qing and others arrived. As far as I can see, even the heavenly temple of the unparalleled auction house is unavoidable to sink into a river of blood. Chapter 50-52. Chun Qing halted his feet, flared his 5 fingers, and shot out 10,000 rays of light in an instant. Huamang is like the sharpest arrow, tearing through the void, rushing towards the blood river snake. Puff, puff. The endless blood mist exploded, and the blood river flood snake opened its mouth and roared. With this roar, Fengshan's sacred mountain-like figure escaped from the huge mouth embarrassedly. Mother, it's dangerous. Fengshan's face was pale with a big taboo. What is this? Chun Qing and the others also arrived, staring at the river of blood beneath them, and they all had a bad feeling. Cui Jing held the Xian stick in his hand and slapped his lips and said, I didn't let Brother Jian come. Is it a bit? It's okay. Let's see how I demolish this place. Fengshan rubbed his hands and rushed down with a low growl. Chun Qing and Cui Jing also urged their figures and rolled down together. Chun Qiu stared at the restored ancient pavilion. This river of blood. This blood river is the incarnation of Qin Tua. Gu Ting confirmed without hesitation. He was the incarnation of the blood river before and swallowed all the elders in my ancient sea city. Hearing the words, Wei Liujia touched his chin. It shouldn't be. From the previous performance, Shang Juanzong seems quite magnificent. Right now, this blood river seems to be quite inconsistent with their performance. Chun Qiu glanced at him, then said quietly, often the more magnificent the surface, the more unbearable it is behind the back. Don't be fooled by the appearance. It makes sense, then let's. To protect eternal warriors with all your strength and to cut the roots. Boom. Gathering Qin Qing, Cui Jing, Chun Qiu, and Wei Liujia, with the full blow of the four immortals, the billions of blood sea snakes were directly smashed into pieces, cut off the spirit, and fell miserably into the tossing blood. In the sea of blood dissipated, revealing the eternal, unparalleled temple still standing. But this situation only existed for a moment, and the endless blood sea spread again. This time, it was even crazier. Countless snakes writhed out of the sea of blood and attacked the temple. At the same time, the surface of the sea of blood shook layers of ripples, and a dark red figure walked out of it. His immortal body was floating with unimaginable blood, as if he was wearing a layer of blood armor. Although this figure has changed greatly, he can still be recognized at a glance. He is Lord Shangjuan Qin Tua. At this moment, he is simply different from the previous bidding in the auction house. Bloodthirsty, treacherous, and powerful of some unknown restrictions, terrifying to the extreme, stepped out of the blood sea and approached Qin Qing and others. They all noticed the abnormal movement behind them and then saw this scene. Qin Tua, why did you become such a ghost? Cui Jing frowned. Obviously, he was a bit disgusted with Qin Tua's impression. If there is weirdness, be careful, Chun Qingning said, and then tentatively released the strength training. The violent Yanlapi stabs Qin Tua directly, and he cannot avoid it. But then he quietly raised his palm and waved, and a round of blood mirror appeared in front of him immediately, completely absorbing Qin Qing's strength. Then the blood mirror shook and unexpectedly shot Qin Qing's previous strength intact, and its power doubled. Qin Qing's brows twitched heavily, and he drew out the real sword from his waist and cut off all the strength training. This guy is really weird, so be careful. He said condensely, Hey, Junior of Shang Juanzong, do you really intend to be an enemy of Wangu Wushuang? Cui Jing frowned and shouted coldly. Qin Tua, who was already wrapped in a sea of blood, showed a quirky curve at the corner of his mouth. What are you Wushuang like? You dare to talk like this? Well, I will kill you all today. As Qin Tua's voice fell, the endless sea of blood rolled up billions of dust and slapped Qin Qing and others. Little bugs, Fengshan shouted. And then the fairy body doubled in size and was covered by the meaning of red and yellow like a real sacred mountain, blasting a sea of blood and dust. Rumble. Fengshan's figure only existed for a moment, and when he touched the sea of dust, it was swallowed and absorbed. Qin Qing's face changed slightly, and she shouted without thinking, Go back, there is a problem here. You can't retreat. Behind is the Eternal Warrior's temple. Chuanxiu said in a deep voice. Fengshan is also in a dangerous situation. Let alone retreat. Then dash out a road. Cui Jing held a profound stick and rushed forward without any hesitation. The sea of blood roared and went to the center. With Chun Qing as the leader, Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujia all brazenly rushed to the sweeping sea of blood. The four Yangtzeans' full blows open a crack without any suspense. But it was not Qin Tua that greeted them, but a world that seemed to be infiltrated with blood, and everything was blood red. "Here, what place is it?" Cui Jing said, uncertainly. "I'm afraid we have entered Qin Tua's trap." Chun Xiu frowned. Wei Lujia's eyes lit up. "Fengshan is ahead." Following his fingers, Fengshan, like a sacred mountain, was lying in the blood at this moment, not knowing his life or death. Wei Liujia stopped talking and went straight to help. "Liujia, don't go," Chun Xiu said anxiously, but it was still a moment late. The sudden change occurred, and Fengshan, who was still lying in the bloodstain of life and death, suddenly disappeared. Instead, bloodlines with the thickness of fingers protruded from the ground and suddenly clung to Wei Lujia's fairy body. In an instant, he was pulled directly into the river of blood and disappeared completely. Since all this was completed in a flash, it was too late when they wanted to help. Chun Qing took a step forward and roared angrily, "Damn chopsticks, hand them over, otherwise you will count as one, and none of them will survive." A chuckle, resounding in this blood-red world without any warning, with a bit of mockery. "Really noisy, you guys today. Oh, can't you? Com has a count of one. You can't live." Qin Tua's figure wrapped in the river of blood quietly condensed like a blood day, hung high above the sky, bloody. The endless blood beam came down, quickly swallowing all the power. With his arms raised flat, blood-colored diamond mirrors appeared all over him. The figures and faces of Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, and Cui Jing are reflected in each diamond mirror, which is extremely curious. Chun Xiu's complexion changed slightly, and then he seemed to realize something and hurriedly looked at his fairy body. I saw that the fairy body had already been covered with a faint blood mist, and as time passed, it gradually solidified. This situation also appeared in Chun Qing and Cui Jing. Chun Xiu said with a solemn expression, "Did you feel that the power in your body is passing by?" Chun Qing and Cui Jing nodded at the same time, then looked at Qin Tua in the void together. Chapter 5053. There is no doubt that all the changes in their immortal body were caused by Qin Tua, that has increased, almost solidified. Damn it, could it be the mirrors? Cui Jing gasped slightly. With the rapid passing of Yanli, the blood armor on their immortal body became more and more solid. If you wait any longer, the consequences can be imagined. At this moment, the blood-colored diamond mirror surrounding Qin Tua's body was no less than 100,000 faces. Every diamond mirror reflected the faces of Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, and Cui Jing, and the blood flowing in them made their faces strange and abnormal. "Pretend to be A, and play a ghost." Chun Qing's face was cold, and then with a wave of his arm, the real sword in his hand rushed out. In an instant, Jianhua was shocked and swept across the sky. The pure sword intent of nearly 10,000 daos, all slashed towards Qin Tua, as well as the diamond mirror around him. This sword, blended with Chun Qing's immortal style, is a sword of the strongest. Even if it is a fairy of the same realm, it must avoid its edge. But Qin Tua didn't dodge. He still hung up in the void like a day, and then raised his arms. 100,000 diamond mirrors were like tides, and the cover that came forward pressed against Chun Qing's fairy sword. 100,000 diamond mirrors to differentiate and impact. But these are not enough for Xianxue. It was almost a single face, with 100,000 diamond mirrors directly shattered into tens of thousands. Like a rain of blood from the sky, the diamond mirror shattered and fell into the sky. Chun Qing's immortal style was too overbearing. 100,000-faced, blood-colored diamond mirror could not stop it. It was all crushed and disappeared. Then all the sword intents stabbed Qin Tua unabated. As long as this immortal style is in the middle, Chun Qing is completely sure to obliterate it. But then a treacherous scene appeared. I saw that when the infinite sword intended to stab Qin Tua, it was directly swallowed and absorbed. After falling into a dead silence for a short time, Qin Tuasen sneered and shook his arms violently, bursting out the infinite sword intent that had been swallowed in an instant. Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, and Cui Jing were all shocked and quickly released their respective powers to resist. Rumble! Every sword intent was far better than before, and even Chun Qing almost couldn't support it. The sword light that covered the sky finally dissipated, and Chun Qing pulled down the battered enchantment and fought against Qin Tua. Chun Xiu and Cui Jing also set off one after another, releasing their respective strengths and encircling them together. I can't help myself. Qin Tua smiled sullenly. The next moment, his whole body directly reflected the ray of blood, and he slammed into Chun Qing. Boom! The giant sound was so loud, the whole blood-colored world trembled. Blood is overflowing, spilling into the void. The three Yangtzeans' full blows were actually intercepted by Qin Tua himself, without even taking a step back. This is too shocking. Chun Qing frowned slightly, and he realized that the situation was not simple. The changes caused by all this have long been beyond imagination, and Qin Tua is definitely more terrifying than he imagined. Immediately afterwards, Qin Tua gave a deep smile and slammed both fists at Chun Qing. Chun Qing relieved his strength with his palm, but was shocked to realize that when his strength touched him, it was like being swamped and swallowed quickly. Thousands of punches in a flash. Each of them hit Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, and Cui Jing's immortal body heavily. Wow! They flew out and plunged heavily into the river of blood. However, this is only the beginning. Above the void, Qin Tua was almost crazy. His clothes all over his body were shattered, his chest, the endless power surging out, and then turned into snakes rushing into the river of blood. The blood river rolled up billions of blood waves, almost enveloping the entire scarlet world. With blood in the sky, Qin Tua's face was gloomy, and his eyes were like two rounds of blood mirrors, exuding a strange, inexplicable, and breathtaking power. This blood-colored world between illusion and reality was facilitated by Qin Tua, and even Xian Xian, who mastered the immortal style and was only one step away from Dianxian, could not escape. The only way to enter this world is death. Here, he is the supreme being who controls everything. Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, and Cui Jing were floating in the bleeding river at the same time, but they couldn't break free at all. Blood snakes entangled the fairy body, madly dragging them into the blood river. Damn thing, what is this guy's background? How can I repay the grievances of blood and energy? Cui Jing struggled and gasped. Both Chun Qing and Chun Xiu struggled to resist and could only barely protect themselves. This river of blood, and even this entire blood-colored world, are too weird. Their derivation power is fading fast, and they can't even make up for it. The arms were so tightly wound that they couldn't take the Emperor Pin pill that they carried with them. Chun Qingning looked at Qin Tua in the void, and then he let out a deep cry, and his whole body surged with extreme strength in an instant. Control the sky, just like the collapse of a big day. A kind of extreme and pure power instantly swept across all fields. The blood snake wrapped around Chun Qing's body directly turned into powder. He broke free from the shackles and then grabbed Chun Xiu and Cui Jing to get out of the sea of blood. This is Chun Qing's immortal style, his strongest blow. Under this blow, the entire blood mirror world trembles, and boundless cracks cover every corner. It's like a real mirror about to shatter. But this situation only existed for a moment, and it was quickly repaired. Qin Tua sneered with sun, then rushed directly to Chun Qing. The blood burst, swept up from the wild, and then came down. Chen Qing, who was wrapped in the ultimate pure power, pushed Chen Xiu and Cui Jing far away, and greeted Qin Tua alone. Boom! At this moment, it is as if thousands of stars burst. The immortal Yuqian released by Chen Qing was so powerful that it almost instantly swallowed Qin Tua. The entire Scarlet World is on the verge of collapse. Chen Qing, Chen Xiu, and Cui Jing yelled anxiously. They wanted to give aid, but they were repelled by the huge energy. This terrible fluctuation does not last long, only a few dozen interest times. With Chen Qing flying backwards and retreating, it was over. Cui Jing has quick eyes and quick hands, and hastily released Yanli to support Chen Qing, who was flying backwards. Divine blood was spilled, the immortal body was covered with scars, his eyes closed tightly, and he was obviously fainted. Qin Tua is dead. Looking at the blood mist in the void, Chuanxiu realized that things might not be that simple. As if to confirm his thoughts, in the void, the thick blood mist gathered again, and the limbs grew rapidly. Qin Tua didn't suffer any damage at all, and even his whole body became stronger and stronger. Chen Xiu and Cui Jing stepped back slowly, looking at him solemnly. This blood-colored world is too weird, making things completely out of the original scope. A little careless. I am afraid they will never escape today. The danger this time is far more swift and unpredictable than anyone in 20,000 years. And what caused this result was only a fairy. Chapter 5054. This is a big crisis. Chen Qing, Fengshan, and Wei Liujia have all suffered, but Chuanxiu and Cui Jing are the only ones to support. Take care of Chen Qing. I will fight. After Cui Jing left this sentence, he rushed into the void resolutely. Facing Qin Tua, he tilted the 8-foot profound stick and rushed forward without hesitation. With a stick smashed, 100,000 Zhang Phantom was like a black dragon shaking the sky and the earth. Qin Tua withdrew, raising his right hand, and suddenly condensed into a fist. In an instant, countless strands of blood-colored huameng rose from behind him, strangling the sky and the earth towards Cui Jing. OM! The meanings of blood-red and black collided, and the shadow of the mysterious stick quickly shattered, but the blood color did not decrease, frantically strangling towards Cui Jing. Only in a moment, Cui Jing's figure was submerged in the torrent. Cui Jing. Chen Xiu was anxious, and he almost hugged Chen Qing into the river of blood in front of him. The entire chaotic sky was almost covered by a torrent of blood. Cui Jing was swallowed, and it was already difficult to escape. Qin Tua stood with his hands behind and slowly came to the position where Cui Jing had stood before. In the next moment, the sudden change, the chaotic blood river was torn open a crack without any warning. Along with the blood river tearing apart, a powerful profound stick suddenly smashed out. Because this is happening too fast, even Qin Tua can't react. Boom! Unparalleled violence, bloodthirsty breath broke out completely. Under the stick, Qin Tua's entire right arm was smashed into pieces, turning into a handful of blood mist. Then Cui Jing walked out of the torrent like a demon god. He was covered in blood, and he lifted the profound stick diagonally in his hand. Facing the retreating Qin Tua, he spit out a foam and said violently, "You are the same as an immortal, and you also have the qualifications to be rampant. Today I have to take out your immortal bones, even with broken cultivation base." The smashed arm quickly recovered. Qin Tua was furious, his arms emptied suddenly, and the endless stream of blood formed a shining mirror behind him. In the diamond mirror, an endless river of blood was reflected. Bah, just pretend to be a fool. Cui Jing spit out another mouthful of blood and said grimly, "This diamond mirror is too vast. like a barrier connecting a super heavenly plane. Cui Jing stood in front of this diamond mirror like a chestnut in the ocean. In the huge diamond mirror, the river of blood surged, and then a vertical pupil appeared with a certain bewitching power. Cui Jing, go back. Chun Qiu noticed something was wrong and reminded him anxiously, but it was too late. Cui Jing stood still on the spot, as if he was drawn out of his spirit. His eyes lost his expression, and then he jumped into the diamond mirror and was swallowed by the river of blood. Chun Qiu's face was pale. When there were 5 people, he was the only one left at the moment. This situation was too tragic. Feng Shan, Wei Liujia, and Cui Jing are all missing, and Qin Qing has also passed out. In this whole treacherous world, he is the only one who has the power to fight. He waved his hand to release Yan Li to hold Qin Qing in the void, and Chun Qiu stood in front of Qin Tuo. Hand over them all, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences. Qin Tuo, who was soaked in blood, sneered coldly. You mobs no longer have the strength to fight, and are you still trying to make a profit? Really, are you so sure that we don't have the power to fight? Chun Qiu said with a smile. Qin Tuo didn't say anything. He was disgusted with Chunkius' rhetorical question. Just when he was about to cover it with a palm, the entire scarlet world shook suddenly. The shock was so severe that it instantly collapsed the earth, and the blood flow countered. Qin Tuo was shocked. His indifferent face was a little moved. The tremor of the entire scarlet world is due to external forces that cannot be ignored. However, Chun Qiu first stared nervously, and then a touch of joy appeared. He felt a familiar, domineering power. The originally dark sky began to shatter, and endless cracks twisted and swept across, almost covering the entire sky. The next moment, starting from the center of the crack, the entire sky collapsed and shattered in an instant, and the river of blood flowed backward. A pure to extreme force, pressing the blood river. Here, with the arrival of this sword-like figure, all blood qi dissipated, unable to enter him for hundreds of miles. The tooth-white robe fluttered in the wind, and the long black hair fluttered behind him, looking at Qin Tuo with a majestic look. He only felt that his divine consciousness was suddenly hit hard, and he could not be beaten, and he almost fell directly. Qin Tuo snorted, backed a few steps, and then a ray of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The visitor was terrible, and it was no longer comparable to ordinary evangelists that it could be done in just one face. He looked at the figure in the tooth-white uniform, and fear flashed in his eyes. Brother Jian! Chun Qiu shouted. Cui Jing and the others were all taken to unknown places by him. The person who came was Jian Wushuang. When he was about to come together before, he was forcibly pulled by Xiao Dijuan to take the medicine, so he didn't come with Qin Qing in time. But the current situation is far more severe than imagined. After listening to Chunkius' words, Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Qin Tuo, who was like a blood gourd. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. But he was sure that he had never seen Qin Tuo. Hey, send them all back. I won't hold you accountable. Jian Wushuang said quietly, with unquestionable majesty, as if he was a notice, not a discussion. Qin Tuo was startled and then annoyed. Send it back if you say you want it back. I'm afraid it's wishful thinking. Jian Wushuang was too lazy to spend his tongue, raising his hand and bending his fingers. In an instant, a pure and extreme sword aura rose up and down, slashing forward. This is an unstoppable sword energy. Even if Qin Tuo reacts, he can only choose to resist. Chirp! Divine blood was spilled, and the sword energy almost cut Qin Tuo into two. He snorted, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes, almost trying to break the fairy body, releasing endless blood. the blood qi transformed into 1,000,000 diamond mirrors, surrounding Jian Wushuang from every direction. Watching this scene, Spring and Autumn was shocked. "Brother Jian, run away!" However, Jian Wushuang did not evade. Instead, he looked at the 1,000,000-faced diamond mirror with great interest. Qin Tuo showed a cruel smile. No, Yanxian could escape from him. This was self-confidence. But the next moment, great changes have taken place. Surrounded by a 1,000,000-faced blood-colored diamond mirror, a blue column of blue light rose into the sky, directly clearing the blood mist. At the same time, a treasure figure covering the heaven and the earth appeared, and the colorful shadows fell on the heaven and the earth. Baoxiang opened his eyes. An indescribable majesty swallowed everything. The entire blood mirror world couldn't bear this energy and quickly collapsed. The millions of diamond mirrors quickly turned into powder, collapsed, and dissipated like a tide. Qin Tuo was shocked and hurried back, but it was already too late. Chapter 50-55. Under the pressure of Wushuang Baoxiang, all filth cannot exist. The millions of diamond mirrors were instantly emptied, and even the whole blood mirror world collapsed into nothingness. Qin Tuo was not spared. He was shattered by Wushuang Baoxiang's eyes and turned into a powder. After all, he is nothing but a fairy. Even if he is only one step away from dying, he is still a fairy. How can he withstand Jian Wushuang's full blow? Everything turned into ashes and nothingness, including the river of blood that surrounded the eternal, unparalleled temple. Qingling and the others opened the door of the temple, still very nervously searching for any crisis. Carrying Chen Qing's Chuanxiu, looking at the figure that was light and breezy from beginning to end, an uncontrollable excitement flashed in his eyes. Such a difficult battle was easily cracked by Jian Wushuang. This is enough to see that he has reached an unimaginable height in nearly 20,000 years after returning from the Sea of No Edge. In the spring and autumn at this moment, there is only excitement and happiness in my heart. But before the joy in his heart lasted long, he mentioned it again, because Qin Tuo, who had been destroyed by Jian Wushuang's immortal body, had actually condensed again. "Brother Jian, be careful!" Chen Qiu shouted. Qin Tuo gave a deep smile and slammed Jian Wushuang's back with a palm. The terrible blood rushed forward instantly and pierced Jian Wushuang without any hindrance. Like a stone thrown into the lake, there are ripples. His figure disappeared like a cloud of smoke, which was very strange. Qin Tuo was startled. He realized what was wrong, and when he wanted to retreat, he realized that it was too late. Cold sweat gushed from his temples, and Qin Tuo clearly felt a finger against his neck. After a moment, a soft sound struck him, and he felt his head dizzy, and then his head and body separated. Waving his hand to cut off Qin Tuo's head, Jian Wushuang directly took his head and urged him to the front of the eternal Wushuang temple. "Sword, Lord Sword!" Qingling was shocked and lost her voice, and immediately realized her failure and hurriedly lowered her head. Jian Wushuang nodded and smiled, then dropped Qin Tuo's head in the middle of the square. "Release them back, and I will spare your life." With only one head left, Qin Tuo smiled slyly. "Do you think that if I eat it, will I vomit it out?" Jian Wushuang raised his brows. "Wanna die?" "Of course I want to die, but no one can put my seat on." Without finishing a sentence, Jian Wushuang directly raised his foot and crushed Qin Tuo's head. Chen Qiu was startled. "Brother Jian, kill him, I'm afraid Fengshan, and the others." "This is not his true fate, but just a shell," Jian Wushuang said. "Fengshan and the others should have been taken away by his true fate a long time ago." When Chen Qiu heard the words, he understood the meaning of the words. "You go to Shao Gudian and call that immortal Yen from some ancient sea city. He should know how to go. In the vast void, the four realms are moving forward quickly like the big sun and stars. They are all detached from the order, and they are all immortals. The leader is Jian Wushuang in white-toothed uniform. To his side are Chuanxiu, Chen Qing, who has just awakened, and Gyuding, the son of Geheiqing. Fucking, this time I go to their nest, I will kill him first. No one can escape. Chen Qing said, angrily, obviously still remembering the previous things. Chen Xiu also agrees very much. Since taking this opportunity to find a sect of Shang Juanzong, there is no better way than destroying the sect in a battle. But Gu Ting seemed a lot more nervous. He escaped from Qin Tuo's hands, naturally knowing Qin Tuo's terrifying strength. Therefore, when he saw that the Wangu Wushuang auction house only went to 3 yen xian, he couldn't help feeling a little absurd. You know, Shang Juanzong is also one of the top superpowers in the entire Deisai domain, and even Geheiqing must be a little afraid of existence. Just the number of immortals in the sect will never be less than 50. What's more, there are rumors that the sect Master Shang Jun is already quasi-Dian immortal. With such a terrifying strength, Wangu Wushuang only dispatched 3 immortals. From Gu Ting's point of view, this is almost the same as sending death. His injury is only stable. If he goes straight to Juanzong, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. For the sake of his own fate, Gu Ting finally said, several seniors, if we go straight to Shang Juanzong, would it be a bit too thin? Why don't I ask my ancestors for help? Jian Wushuang smiled upon hearing the words, no need. Immediately afterwards, Chen Qing waved his hand again. It's not necessary if there are only a few of us. Even if you add your Guhai city to destroy Shang Juanzong, it is not easy. But it's different now. As long as there are sword brothers, even 10 Shang Juanzong are tied together, and it's definitely not enough to kill. Gu Ting's brow jumped, and he didn't know how to express his position. As the second in command of the eternal world, Chen Qing's words were obviously weighty, not to mention the presence of the top leader in spring and autumn, which invisibly increased credibility. But he still didn't believe it. He had to know that unless it was Dian Immortal, he could have the power to destroy an entire super universe, and Qin Qing, Chuanxiu, and the mysterious man obviously did not reach Dian Immortal's level. This is undoubtedly a gamble. Gu Ting gritted his teeth and didn't know what to do. It seems that he saw his worry. Jian Wushuang, who was walking forward with his hand, said in a low voice, just take us to find the location of Shang Juanzong. You won't need to visit by then. Just leave. Gu Ting was startled, then bowed his head, slightly embarrassed. The large division area developed by Zhen Wuyang is almost infinite, and it is a realm that gathered more than 10 former emperors, and the area is imaginable. However, after experiencing the Emperor's War in the Wangu era, the countless celestial planes in the realm have almost collapsed more than half. Even after infinite years, the cycle of the universe has not fully recovered. But even so, Akanshu, some universe planes still take over the new heavens Fukuzawa and become a super universe. And Shang Juanzong is naturally one of them. Under the guidance of Gu Ting, the heaven plane where Shang Juanzong was located quickly appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The huge heavenly gate is built in the void and is very magnificent. The fairy clouds are curled up and the auspicious cranes are mingling. It is quite a supersect aura. The word Shangjuan is embedded on the Tianmen, which is obviously where the Shangjuan Zongmen is located. Jian Wushuang was still very indifferent, carrying his hands on his back and moving forward leisurely. Chun Qing and Cui Jing followed closely, with undisguised murderous in their eyes. Gu Ting opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was struggling inside, wondering whether he should leave or stay. After a while, he gritted his teeth abruptly, made a decision, and then followed without looking back, and went straight to Shang Juanzong with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 50-56. The fairy clouds are curled up, and the auspicious mingling This is a side of the land. Standing in the void is the Tianmen at the beginning of the Shangjunzong portal. At this moment, several top repairers are guarding. The fairy rhyme is flowing, and behind the Tianmen is a huge fairy formation. Stop, Hifang Yanxian, our sect is not open to the outside world. Please move forward. The breeze swept, and a Ding Xiu stationed outside Tianmen stretched out his hand to block Jian Wushuang's path. Before Jian Wushuang could speak, Chun Qing directly slapped the top repairman thousands of feet away and immediately opened the door of Shang Juanzong. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang stepped slowly into the Tianmen. Behind the Tianmen is not the heavenly plane of Shang Juanzong, but a huge and chaotic fairy formation. Pretending to be and playing a ghost, it's definitely not a good bird. Chun Qing said in a deep voice, and directly waved out a powerful training. But when Yen Lipi Lien hit the fairy formation, he was easily absorbed and couldn't break it. I'm afraid I can't forcibly break here. The fairy formation has been set up. Chun Xiu said thoughtfully. As soon as his voice fell, Jian Wushuang directly raised his hand and easily tore the barrier on the immortal formation. Let's go, he motioned, and then stepped into the fairy formation. Earlier, when he went to the Mitian of Gongzi Jiao, Jian Wushuang had felt the mystery of teleporting the fairy formation. It was very good, and he could instantly go anywhere within the path of the fairy formation. The origin of the teleportation immortal array has long been untraceable, but it has completely flourished from the time of Zhenwiang. If you want to destroy the heavens in a vertical and horizontal manner, a large-scale dispatch of the eternal fairy is extremely important, and Zhen Wuyang also used the characteristic of the immortal formation to transmit, successfully destroying the heavens from one side to another. It is precisely because of this that even though endless years have passed, the role of the fairy formation is still retained in some super-universes. When they thought about it, they stood on the ground covered by a fairy cloud. This is Shang Juanzong. Why doesn't it look like a place where dirt is hidden? Chun Qing touched his chin and looked at Guting. At the moment, Gu Ting was extremely nervous. Well, this should be where Shangjuan's sect is located. I also passed by with the elders of the clan hundreds of millions of years ago and never visited this place. Don't worry, let's talk about it. Chun Qing said in a deep voice. At this time, Jian Wushuang said, don't do anything for the time being. If the Shang Juanzong is indeed a good and large party, let them go. If not, it's not too late to do it again. In spring and autumn, Chun Qing nodded at the same time. The fairy clouds are curled up, the fairy mountains are towering, the endless green fairy trees are growing vigorously, and the primitive pavilions are like horned dragons, hibernating quietly in the fairy mountains. At this moment, it is in the morning dew, and some disciples have begun to breathe in the morning, practicing diligently in their respective dojos. Jian Wushuang walked forward with his hands down, and he didn't even look at these Shang Juanzong disciples. His goal was very clear, and he went straight to the hall of Shangjunzong. Soon, the disciples of Shangjunzong found the uninvited guests and began to gather in the direction of the hall. The Great Hall of King Juanzong is located at the very center of the entire vast horizon plain, occupying the most powerful place. It was only a few dozen breaths of time before Jian Wushuang set foot on the main hall square. The square is magnificent. The hall is vast and magnificent to the extreme. At the very center of the square, there is a huge sundial in which every direction corresponds to a star. Chun Qing stood directly on the sundial, yelling with halberd fingers, "Old, sun-bearded thief, in the temple, get out of here!" As if boiling water rose sharply, the hall opened, and more than a dozen old men, wearing ink robes, walked out quickly, all in an unrelenting appearance. At a glance, Jian Wushuang knew that these old men were all immortals. A long-bearded old man looked bad, whereas the crumbly young man dared to stand on the sundial. Don't you know how the death character is written? Chun Ching sneered, disdainfully said, Why, do you want to tell? The long-bearded old man was so angry that the ancient staff in his hand suddenly slammed, and in an instant a pure force rushed forward. Chun Ching directly raised his hand with a wave and shattered the Yanli that had hit him. Don't use the skill of Yehuzen to be embarrassing, so I won't kill you. Chun Ching roared angrily, Hand over Chin Tua, otherwise you will die. With huge sounds, all the elders and disciples took a step back, their expressions solemn. It was the long-bearded old man who stepped forward and said, Junior, Shang Juanzong is not the place where you wait for madness. It's still too late to walk so as not to be hit hard. Let's go, of course, and return my 3 brothers first. Chun Chiu stepped forward and said in a condensed voice. The long-bearded old man trembled his brows. He obviously knew something, but he still said, I have never stepped out of the sect for millions of years. I don't know the whereabouts of your brother. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Old thief, dare you open your eyes and tell nonsense? Chun Ching smirked and slammed all the elders. The elders all reacted and hurriedly resisted. Chun Ching had already understood his own fairy style. Only a short distance from Dying Immortal, he was a quasi-Dying Immortal, and with a full blow, it was enough to make ordinary immortal unbearable. The 15 elders resisted with all their might before Chun Ching struck. The long-bearded old man almost stood unstable, and blood surged in the fairy body. Chun Ching shouted in a cold voice, Leave me away if you don't want to die. Today I'm here to beg for justice. If you persist in retreating, don't blame Lao Zi for destroying the clan. As soon as this statement came out, all Shang Juanzong disciples were in an uproar and then quickly backed away. The face of the long-bearded old man changed several times, and finally he looked at the elder on the side and winked secretly. Then, the 2 elders quickly entered the temple. I think there must be some misunderstanding in this. Please stop for a while. The long-bearded old man took a deep breath and said slowly, Chun Ching stopped talking, calm instead, and turned to look at Jian Wushuang, who looked calm. In front of the main hall, in the center of the square, there was a short silence. After a few breaths, Jian Wushuang moved, and he moved forward slowly. Gu Ting on the side brows. For some reason, every time he sees Jian Wushuang, he will involuntarily become nervous, as if he is staring into an unknown abyss, unable to explore. At the same time, Gu Ting's heart also has a faint expectation. What kind of existence is Jian Wushuang, who can make Wushuang's first and second in command willing to go with him? Soon, he saw an almost unimaginable scene. Jian Wushuang was alone, facing more than a dozen Shang Juanzong elders, just raised his hand and flicked them all away. More than a dozen Shang Juanzong elders who had been immersed in Yenxian for countless years all flew out, smashed the door of the palace heavily, and then rolled into the hall.